An at, yeah, well, you first time? I've been getting that for months. Every time I start my computer, full fucking flashbang screen. Windows 11 now.
Yo, there's this new league called Settlers. You joining? Poggaroo.
Holy settlers, what's that? What's in my messages? Oh, my invite. Did it break everything? I don't know what spell. I mean, you can. A lot of options for Blood Mage is pretty generic. Yeah, I think some things were nerfed from the leaks that I saw. Oh, damn, this is clean. Look at those numbers. Number one piece of advice for somebody to bounce off PV1 in the past. Focus on one thing at a time. So you don't get overwhelmed. Okay. So far, this all looks the same. The art is so sick. Infernalist is probably the hardest to understand class. Dude, this node is so crazy. I need somebody should math this out. Surely somebody's mathing this out right now. It's gotta be crazy, even if it's behind Nutsack. I need to like how much attributes are better in PoE 2, but what are they? I don't know the actual numbers. So 5 life, 2%. Wait, these are Pee-wee 1 numbers. How'd I get here? What? Why did it send me to Pee-wee 1? What are the Pee-wee 1 numbers? I mean Pee-wee 2. Make me think cluster grades won't be really good? No, still look good. We play if you're new? Don't know yet. We do 2 life per strength, 2 mana per int, 5 accuracy per dex. Like double. I mean, strength is like pretty huge because you don't get percent anywhere, so any life you can pick up. What do you mean? The nutsack is big. Path of Exile 2 attributes. Oh, the character sheet would probably show it.
0.5% to POE1 stat. If you drop to 0 life, you rapidly. So we have amount of takes your default as
Don't tell me information, strength, dex, and
impact, damage.
Okay, there we go.
Bunch of stats. Has their own allocation of starting
Hover
attribute
over it.
tree.
You son of a bitch.
I have 4 players on the has the same amount of starting base.
Life from strength. Okay, so 2 life per strength. Check that steel dock. Did you find the link? YouTube. Steel mage. He doesn't have a video on it. Gotta be a link somewhere, right? Dude, everything looks so good. For the most part. There's a few that are weird, but... Come on, where's the link? He converted it all. Okay, here we go. This guy retyped the whole thing. That's hilarious. Oh yeah, the PC is coming. Dude, what? Chatterbait accounts with tokens? Binance account hack 4K. If I click it, if I click it. Run the JavaScript too. You know, what? Wait, how did he get an hour link out of this? Or an hour video out of this? My go-to class? I don't know. Ooh, that got you only they nerfed the block chance on that on Warbringer. Nerfed the block chance. %35% less block chance. Did that have that before? I don't think that had that. Dude, what do you think about that thumbnail right there? Oh yeah, dude. Warbringer got hit hard. Warbringer got fucked. I think Stormweaver is the same. Rotomancer is the same. Warrior's the same. Oh, actually, the life got nerfed a little bit. Ooh. 50% more armor from equipped body armor. Okay, that was double before, wasn't it? Now it's only 50% more. Okay, that was nerfed too. I expect this to be nerfed too, but maybe it's not that OP with it being behind the nutsack. Yeah, I mean, Titan's still super strong.
Binge.
Thanks for the 42-year prime, Morbin. Blood Mage got a little nerf, I think. Okay, but can somebody tell me what is the point of the Jade skill now that you can just pause in boss fights? Why would you do Jade instead of just pause? 30% chance. Is that nerfed? I think that might be nerfed. I don't know if this is even... Yeah, wait. Is it just changed? Wait. 30% chance. Okay. I mean, this could be updated also. Okay, so I don't think that's changed. Maybe it's not. Deal 20% more damage. Targets in the first 3.5 meteor. Okay, yeah, it's point blank and far shot. %20 more damage. Okay, yeah. Additional projectile, additional mark, tailwind, or that. I think that one's unchanged. What does a recoup effect mean? Recoup is when you get hit and then you recover a portion of the damage. Pause is fine. It eliminates the necessity for third-party logout macros. People don't have a better solution. No, they literally did have a better solution. You have a 2-second portal TP channel thing. That's a better solution. I think Pathfinder is unchanged. Elemental. Wait. Thanks for the 38-year Prime cardigan.
Blood Mage because I'm edgy.
This is different. Elemental damage also contributes to bleeding magnitude. Elemental damage can inflict bleeding. Does... Contributes to bleeding magnitude. Well, magnitude's like how much... Like the effect of it, I'm pretty sure. So does that mean elemental damage itself can't bleed? Or... I'm not sure how the magnitude thing works.
Two days to go hype.
Thanks for the 25-year resub, Ant. Huh. I don't know. Yeah, this got nerfed. 1% increased crit damage bonus per 40 life. That was 20 before. Everything else looks the same. Curses have infinite duration even if you apply them to blasphemy. I'm not sure because blasphemy might remove the duration portion of it. You know, so if it doesn't have a duration, it can't be infinite. I don't know, the thing about Blood Mage is, I mean, this is like complete speculation. Here's why I'm kind of wary of it now, is like, I feel like you're forced into a lot of the things. Like, you have to go 1 and 2. I mean, I guess you don't have to go 2, but if Leech is good, you definitely go 2. And then I feel like you have to go 7. And then, I don't know, like, crits. Like, the crit stuff is good, but these are so good here. The tanky stuff is so good. It's the curse rotted greatsword, dude. I mean, Greatwood. Infernalist. Those numbers changed. What max energy per 4 life, per 8 life. What's one max spirit per 25? Okay. Okay, so that one was nerfed a little bit. What did he die to? Depraved Trinity? It all looks the same. Yeah, that's not changed. That and that's nerfed. This was per 3 supports before. It was 12 quality before. This all looks the same. Yeah, so few nerfs. Mostly unchanged. Imposter. First nerfs were before it even started. No, a lot of the ascendancies are pretty open-ended for doing different things. Blood Mage Minion. What do you get out of that? Just getting 2 tanky nodes? Mega damage, but that your minions don't scale from the damage nodes. "48-hour tactical nap? You should have started it right now." Earth starts spinning faster. Shit, I don't know, dude. I don't know. So many of them look so good, it is a hard choice. Magnitude is like effect, I'm pretty sure. Let's see. I think PoE 2 wiki is slacking. Oh yeah, this shit's fucking empty, isn't it? What the hell? There's nothing here. 742 articles. Holy shit, this is bad. What? Dude, this is the worst format I've ever seen. Random article, there we go. Come on, aren't people supposed to like spend all their free time updating this shit? Can you link the Infernal Hand? I mean, probably. Didn't see it's gonna be good for new Hexblast. I don't even know what new Hexblast does. Probably Blood Mage, if it's like PoE1 Hexblast. Yeah, you need Big Spirit. Idea on Gemling beginning. If you start Gemling, you're gonna regret it. Well, assuming you care about how powerful it is. If you're just vibing, then you might not. But Gemling is by far the worst starter. Well, maybe Chronomancer's worse, actually. Hmm. Yeah, Chronomancer's probably worse. No. Quality's kind of cracked though. I think on like Archmage and some other skills, it's like an insane multiplier. Let's see. Where's the quality? Son of a bitch. Shit ass website. Why no quality? I want the actual video. This doesn't have quality either. I mean, Gemling might be okay if you're playing a skill that gets like crazy quality benefits. +1 in the quality might be enough, but compared to other classes, you just don't get much damage, but maybe like 1, 2, 7, 8 would give you enough damage. Getting so much different calling Gemling the worst starter of all 12 ascendancies. I think it's I think it's either Gemling or Chronomancer is the worst. But I don't know, there might be some OP interaction with Chronomancer. I feel like Chronomancer has a higher percentage of having some like broken combo. I don't know, like you just keep spamming Hammer of Gods or whatever. I think Gemling's definitely a contender for worst. Endgame? Juicer. Early game, you're gonna do no damage. Because I think I need to find numbers on like what you actually get out of +1 skills compared to PoE1. I don't know if surely that exists somewhere. Yeah, I think +1's not as good as in PoE1. Yeah, you'll get drops when there's drops. Has some quality mentions. There we go. Oh yeah, I looked at this quickly. What the fuck is attrition, dude? What is that shit? I did. I briefly saw that yesterday. This thing is stupid. Yeah, I mean, rares, it's whatever. Hopefully. Hopefully this isn't good on rares. If this is good on rares, oh my god, dude. But on like actual bosses, yeah. Dude, if it ends up being good for rares too, that's gonna be a problem. Yeah, but this is 53% more damage. Like, assuming you're not gonna be doing a ton of damage to every endgame boss. This is probably just gonna be equipped by everybody. It's not about the calling strike, it's about this part. I mean, this is a bonus. Okay, true. What is the range of presence? I think presence is just being in the zone. I'm pretty sure it isn't PoE1, right? Yeah. Presence, Path of Exile. Oh, 80 units, apparently. I thought it was just the zone. 80 units, which is basically the whole screen. Might be changed though. So yeah, I mean, in an actual boss fight, this is probably going to be stacking constantly. Say it gets removed if you walk too far. I don't know where you see that. Oh, dyslexic. I read the words backwards. No, it seems like you can get a lot of spirit. I wonder like how many minions you're gonna have in a minion build. If you can have a shit ton of minions, I might actually roll minions. Like a metric shit ton. Mark had 19 skeletons. Yeah, sure, you can send the link if you have it. I wonder how big stunning's gonna be. I hope stunning bosses is not like... I don't like the idea of stunning bosses. Yeah, I think the last thing you want to do in this game is play glass cannon.
Final boss will reward you with one of many unique relics. These relics will be consumed when used
Yeah, that's 19.
on your next run, but can reward you with unique and powerful items. For example, this is the Last Flame. If you use it, you will have only one honor for the entire trial, so you will need to do a completely hitless run. The Trial of Chaos also
Archmage. Yeah, like look at this quality. 2% of damage is extra light damage for each 100 max mana you have. I mean, the base is only 5%, so that's pretty huge. If with qualities like that, gemling might be okay. Wait, what if they make it so your minions die in one hit in original Sin runs?
powerful items. For example, this entire trial, so you will need to do a completely hitless run.
Thanks for the prime, Wicked. Dude, Sobe was good. Those were good. Local co-op player than Aura / charge bot for your minion army? Yeah, I guess you could. Yeah, I didn't really think about the implications of co-op. Yeah, I guess you could theoretically couch co-op a Aura bot for yourself. Yeah, I guess you could. I didn't think about that. Wait. So in PoE 1, you are allowed to use 2 accounts at the same time, as long as you're not like multi-boxing or something and they do that and like they're all hooked up the same commands. You can run 2 accounts at the same time. So does that mean in PoE 2 you can have 4 characters at the same time? Because you can do couch co-op? And if you can have 2 instances open, that's 4? 4 minion builds. Oh, this is his death.
Man. I mean, it really is so fucking laggy, man. It really is.
He's
so
only spiking to like 80 ping.
laggy, man. It's unplayable with this shit, right?
Is he unpredictive?
Oi! Please, man.
Okay, I think he's on predictive because
I mean, it
yeah, he got predicted.
really is so fucking laggy, man. It really is so fucking laggy, man. It's unplayable with this shit, right?
How did nobody tell him about predictive? I mean, lockstep or whatever. Monk Tyler Flame, do you think leech is for any damage or just attack damage? I don't know, I forget what it says. I think it's for any damage, it's just hit like max life or something, right? They told him to use predictive. Gain 20 energy when you shock enemies with the skill with a hit from a skill once per skill use. Trigger all targeted spells and lose all energy on reaching max energy shield. Or max energy. Increased fishing line strength. Oh, that's really OP. Spreads the most damaging poison enemies you kill. Is this literally just that's just wait. Hold on. It's literally just a better Pathfinder on an aura. It's a higher radius than Pathfinder has. I mean, I guess it's before the double poison thing. Yeah, I'm not too sure about Pathfinder. Maybe the concoctions are like really good or something. I mean, maybe poison's just good. You feel like I'm not truly excited for PvE2 and it's a bit disappointing. Bro, go watch like Ninja pog out every time he hits somebody in Fortnite or something. If you want some React content. It's so hard to choose what I want to start. Do I make a... Did I make a... tier list? Oh, there it is. Yes, you knew what I was gonna say. Yeah, I mean, I guess I could make a flowchart. I mean, don't really know anything, but good guess. Is that Titan? I think that one's Titan now. There we go. All right. F. Let's put him here. There we go. That's a good starter to the like a good starter to the tier list. I don't know, there's just like there's so many ascendancies that you get good damage and tanky stuff. And on Gemling you're gonna have like neither early. Like you're not gonna have 1 trillion links. You're not gonna have 1 trillion stats. I don't think quality and plus level is enough to carry you. Those fish shooters, you think Ranger would be good? Yeah, good Deadeye. Deadeye looks good. Warbringer. Alright, Warbringer got some big nerfs. I need to, like, break armor. I don't know what it fully does. Break armor. Armor. Does it just, like, make them have less armor? Break armor? Maybe 2. They go, like, negative? Can you make their armor negative? Break armor. Maybe this explains.
Oh, howdy all, grab yourself a drink. It is time for some Path of Exile. That was my first thought. See, that does something fairly interesting, but the people aren't really talking about much because other things just do more exciting power fantasies than just the warrior that goes around breaking the enemy's armor and then using that in order to deal a bunch of extra damage. However, I wanted to really call out something very important here, and that is imploding impacts is going to break the game if the armor formula in Path of Exile 2 is the same as the one in Path of Exile 1. In Path of Exile 1, there's an armor formula that's quite complicated. It's designed in such a way that there's an asymptotic fall off as you get more and more armor, but the amount of armor that you've got is compared to the amount of damage the enemy attack does, and the more damage that the attack does, the less armor that you've got, the closer to just your armor doing nothing you become. The more armor that you get, the closer that the enemy's attack becomes to dealing only 10% of the intended amount of damage it was going to do. However, this formula that they use breaks in a ridiculous and hilarious way when you throw in negative numbers into the amount of armor that you've got. I'm going to put up some details from a spreadsheet on the screen at the moment. So let's start out with some
I'm thinking they probably reworked the armor
of the more
calculation.
sensible results. Let's start out with an attack that deals 1,000 physical
so break armor is just like you remove their armor or it goes below 0 if you're Warbringer, right? Okay.
damage against a monster that has 0 armor on it. Guess what? You deal 1,000 damage to that monster. Who would have guessed? What if we give the monster 100 armor? Now, damage is nerfed to about 980. We give it 1,000 armor, damage is nerfed to about 833. We give it 2,500 armor, damage is nerfed to 666. 5,000 armor, we're talking now 500 damage, exactly 1/2 of base. Let's try 10,000 armor. Oh, now we've got exactly 1/3 of base armor. 25,000 armor.
Are you
exactly
taking notes? There's going to be a test
of
on
the
this.
amount of base damage
You better
would have
remember
done,
these formulas.
166. This continues growing until you hit 45,000
If you can't
armor,
answer
which is
these
45 times
questions,
the
you don't
amount
get
of war
into
damage
the
that's
early
dealt,
access.
at which point the net damage that comes through is 100. This is actually the limit. You can't go any further than this. Okay, so that's the way things work when you have
If an airplane has 10,500 armor and it goes 10 miles from the airport, and then you break its armor with a 2,000 damage attack, how much damage does it take?
sensible, positive amount of armor, or at least non-negative.
And calculate the angle.
What about if we go with something just
ground?
slightly less than 0? So we put in negative 100 into the formula for the amount of armor that the monster has, and we get 1,020 damage. Yep, that seems pretty normal. There's nothing unusual. This is just
It's
the
an
same
unmanned
pattern you had.
airplane. It's like
Just
a drone.
continuing a little bit. Let's continue it a bit further, shall we? Minus 1,000 armor, 1,250 damage. Minus 2,000 armor. Now we're up to 1,666.667 damage. Things seem still to be making sense. It's just the more negative armor you can give the monster, the more damage you're dealing. What if we plug in negative 3,000 into the formula? At this point, 2,500 armor. Wow. Anyways, of armor as well.
So, below 0. Oh. 1, 2. Yeah, alright. Definitely go 1, 2. Skip the main point. How'd I skip the main point? Isn't the main point that you do shit ton of damage because it's like exponential? I mean, I got that point in about before I even clicked the video. I just didn't know how break armor worked. That's all I wanted to know. If it goes below negative. Why doesn't the damage value change? Anyways. I think there's a pretty high chance the armor stuff has changed. If I was GGG, and they've been saying the whole time they want the game to maintain complexity, but like, not the needless stuff that just baits players all the time, the very first thing I would change is armor calculation. That is the first thing I would change. I'm not just saying that because that's what we're talking about. On a list of stuff like that, I think armor is the very first thing I would change. 20% of damage taken from totems before you. 4. Each of your totems will summon an ancestral spirit minion to fight for you. Totem that summons a minion dies and the ancestral spirit will be 2. I mean, I could see a damage calculation being missed and go completely bonkers or something, but Hmm. The block stuff got pretty heavily nerfed. I think totems are gonna be pretty good. Alright. I'll put Titan in S tier. I think Titan's a pretty solid choice for that. Warbringer. Hmm. I don't know. I don't know what I'm gonna go. I was leaning towards Blood Mage, but the more I look at Blood Mage, the less I'm sold on it because I don't know. It's like really hard to actually choose what points to use on Blood Mage because they're all so good. They're all so good it makes it hard for me to choose. It kind of sucks that your one is automatically taken. You only get 3 choices and they're all really good. I feel like you definitely want 178, so that leaves you one choice. You go spell damage if it's really good, or you go crit damage. So it's either 1782 or 1785. If not one, I think you... Unless, like, okay. If I had a choice not to... The number I've seen on one did not look crazy, but if at, like, max level it gives you, like, 300 life per something, then, I mean, you definitely click it. So far, I've seen the number, like, 60. I think, like, level 15 or something. But... What is I don't see the utility of curses. Is it so you don't have to press an extra button? I think playing like that in PoE2 is gonna be really bad. Unless like is there a thing where your curse will keep getting better over time in PoE2? Like Doom mechanic or something? Is there Doom? I don't know. I'm not impending doom. There's a mechanic on curses in PoE1 called Doom. It like grows over time. Revisit the tier list after 3 or 4 months? Oh yeah, after 3 or 4 months I can make a real tier list. That's not just based on conjecture. This one is pretty much just based on vibes right now. I have not even studied the skill tree or anything, so... This is really... I have not looked at in-depth gem or anything. I'm kind of just vibing. Warbringer. I don't know. It all depends on this. Depends how good this is. Is there anything that says how long break armor lasts? It's not permanent, is it? Come on, the wiki should have this. This is easy stuff. Isn't it like an actual armor break or weakening their armor break? I'll give him B tier. I'm feeling B tier. Before these nerfs, before these block nerfs they did, I think I would have put him in S tier, but now that that's nerfed, I think it's a B tier angle. Witch Hunter. That's easy S. Witch Hunter, easy S. It has damage, it has good clearing mechanics, it has good bossing mechanics. What's not to love? It's good at everything. You have Giga Clear, Culling Strike. Like, something that's kind of crazy. That maybe not a lot of people are processing yet, but... And it nerfs the clear. Wait, what do you mean? How does it nerf the clear? Before hit? Oh. I see. Well... Yeah, maybe. I mean, but what you could do is just have like a really fast attacking skill, right? Usually you get the if you get a really fast attacking skill, you do the decimating strike, which is 5% to 30%, and then if you scale your culling strike up to 50%, you're gonna fucking rip through everything. And then you also have explodes. You're gonna rip, dude. Culling strike and decimating strike equals 10% damage gain trash. Bro, what? So I think, look. A math video link? Sure.
Hi, I'm Osmo, and today I wanted to explain a few mechanics that I think a lot of players can get baited by, especially by using things like Calling Strike and playing with the Mercenary Witch Hunter Ascendancy, because it becomes really complicated to evaluate certain stats, such as increased damage against enemies that are on low life, and things like the Execute or Ambush supports. Some of these things will actually not work for you at all, depending on the mechanics that you're picking, so it's kind of tricky, very difficult, and that's why I made this spreadsheet and sat yesterday and calculated a bunch of different things to figure out how effective are these modifiers to help you not get baited by them, because it's pretty important. So I made it in this spreadsheet. I'm gonna go over everything that's here. The rest of
Okay, I don't need to listen, but that looks pretty fucking good. Looks pretty fucking good to me. It's better than I thought. Thank you. Okay, it's actually better than I thought. Okay, so like, look, you're clearing, right? So you're clearing. You don't have to worry about like that much HP while clearing, right? And then your decimating strike is also taking out this much HP. So this is like HP you don't have to worry about while clearing. And then you have explodes from the monsters, which is, I don't know how much that'll be, but, you know, the 100% of their max life as fizz damage. Yeah, that is definitely clearing things. Like this is gonna be a clear machine. He is a clearing machine. Yeah, you might not even need Culling Strike. I guess you could just like... Oh, it only has rare or unique enemies. Okay, yeah, okay. Witchbane, yeah, but Witchbane is not gonna help you with clear very much. These are for bossing. Wrong? What do you mean wrong? Dude, I know you were gonna be a clown when you couldn't understand the tier list from the very first minute you saw it. Alright, moving on. Yeah, no, I think you... I don't know. The Weapon Master might be pretty good, right? Like, it's not 20 additional points, but... If you're like swapping between some stuff, it might be good. Yeah, I'm not super convinced for Weapon Master either, but it might end up being good. Hard to say without really interacting with the weapon swapping mechanic. Yeah, it's like kind of 20 extra points in a way, right? Because it gives you just the direct, like if you're using, I don't know, say grenades and crossbow skills, if you're swapping weapon for each one, that's like you could get 20 points specifically affecting your grenades and then 20 points specifically for crossbows. So it's something like that. It could be juicy. So it could be good for some stuff. A lot of it's hard to say without actually experimenting with it, right? Decimating Strike is anti-synergy with Witchbane. I wouldn't say it's anti-synergy, but it probably doesn't scale it or whatever. I don't, I like for both or just one. I think it's 20 spread out between both of your things. I don't know. Concentration seems good to me. %40 their max life and then break it on 100% damage dealt. That should be really good. It also doesn't say. I don't know if concentration resets when it's at 0. It doesn't seem like it does. There's nothing that implies it does. What did Connor say? I mean, if you look at the if you look at how much damage this guy is doing to Zash. You do a real combo? Do a real combo.
This is just one of the pinnacle encounters of PoE 2. We won't be showing the rest of them.
God damn
so
it, why'd you
you'll
have to play melee?
discover
Just
them
like
for
actually
yourself.
hit him.
But rest assured, this is some of the hardest content we have ever made. All these encounters have specific
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty
that can
decent,
only
right?
be found from them. But that's
If he was
not
actually hitting him the entire time instead of just walking around because he's melee.
all. We still have the progression system. Defeating Zesht.
I think it should be pretty good. Alright, what's next? Is that Chronomancer? Yeah. I'm putting her an F, I think. I mean, yeah, I don't know. There could be some broken interaction with, like, I don't know, with ignoring cooldowns, but the only thing I can think of is like Hammer of Gods, right? But are you really gonna want? I don't know. Relying on Hammer of on Gods like that as your main shit, I don't know. It's basically gonna be like a meme Joseph build, right? Where you're trying to one-shot them, and then if you don't, you hope the cooldown doesn't get used. I feel like that's not gonna be very good to play. That's how I see this Ascendancy anyways. It's gonna be like the one quack man Ascendancy. And if you don't hit it in one quack, you hit it in two. But starter gear, I don't know. That's a great selling point. We have not seen the numbers of Elemental Storm at max level, right? Yeah, Stormweaver is good. Stormweaver is definitely good. Which nodes? I don't know. It has a lot of good nodes. 1 is good. Elemental Storm might be good. The defensive node is mandatory. Well, I think what you do, or at least what's looking the best would be like Archmage Stormweaver. Right? You go Archmage Stormweaver, you Giga Scale Arcane Surge, so you go like 8, 9. I don't know, the chill ones might be good too. You can go like 4, 5, 8, 9, or yeah, 10 if you can get. I feel like, I don't know. I feel like 10 you're gonna not gonna be great for starting because you're not gonna have a shit ton of ES probably. No, you can't weapon swap ascendancy points. Yeah, double chill is probably solid. I don't know, let's say you get like, I mean this, I don't know, this is pretty, you get like, what? Let's say 3,000 mana. That should be very achievable, right? 200, so you get 200% increased effective Arcane Surge. And Arcane Surge gives you 10% more cast speed and more mana regen. 20% more mana regen. I'll keep it there for now. Infernalist. Oh no, Infernalist is the hardest to understand. I think Infernalist is the hardest, probably the most complex ascendancy. I'm still not sure what the fuck Infernal Flame does. Does it do anything implicitly? We don't have numbers for demon form? Yeah, we do. It looks juicy. You get, like, it's like... Go. That's demon form. Disables your weapon. I haven't heard that. Does it? Until they fix that. Wait, what? Interesting. Is not in... Oh, that's the demon form bug. Titan's in first place because it has all really good nodes. I wouldn't say Infernalist is a glass cannon. You just have to manage your demon form properly. 2 days, our lives all change forever. You go like, 10, 5, 1, 1, 5, 10. Yeah, I guess if you're minions, you go with the spirit. Good one. Infernalist. I don't know. I almost want to I feel like if it's not bugged, I put it in A tier. If it is bugged, I don't know. I don't know. If minions end up being shit, it's like I don't know. Is there any way you can like manage the infernal flame, or is it basically you're at it's just every time you cast it goes up? Is there a way you can manage it properly, or are you just like at its mercy? And it's essentially a cyclical buff. Hmm. This is a tough ascendancy to gauge. Yeah, but nobody's gonna stop casting just to manage it. That'd be really bad. Yeah, I mean, uniques could flip this entire thing on its head. Like, we don't know, like, any uniques yet. We know, like, 8. Uniques are gonna switch things up big time. I don't know. I'm not sure about Ammon still. I'm not too sure about Ammons. All I know is that, like, isn't it, like, actually based on the hit now? And you can crit, and there's, like, magnitude, which makes it stronger. And you have to, it has, like, a charge bar, essentially, until it goes off or something. I don't know exactly. That would, ailments. Ailment chance is now based on the damage dealt by the hit which applies it. Yeah, critical strikes no longer guarantee applying ailments. Bleed and poison chance work like normal. Damage with ailment is now based off the hit. Okay, yeah, I was right about that. Meaning crit strikes that hit harder will make your base ailment damage higher. Yeah. Noose, okay, yeah, magnitude's dot multi. Okay, that was pretty spot on. Ooh, I didn't know that. Shock is 30% more damage, fixed amount. Ooh, okay. Yeah, that is pretty big. Yeah, I mean, I know it's from level 7. That's what I've been saying with most skills, is we don't know how they're going to be at the top end. Who made that? Hey, Pisspit, did you block me on Twitter? I think I saw your name and I couldn't reply, which means you blocked me. Dude. Why is everybody blocking me on Twitter? Am I just too powerful? I've noticed like 5 people last week. I'm just a meme lord. But phase? What do you mean phase? I do that on stream too. The streamer who raided me yesterday, Ellie, has me blocked too. The pause? I think the pause is dog shit and I hope they change it. And on the belt charm things, I don't think there's much more info besides that, like, you remove ailments or something. Listen, I think I'm like toxically non-toxic. It's just banter. I don't. Anything I say about anybody, I don't really care. I'm toxically non-toxic. Or non-toxically toxic. Dude, the economy's gonna be interesting. Economy is gonna be very interesting. Oh yeah, new PC's running great. Sublime. Flawless, even. Alright, Blood Mage. I feel like if it's A or S tier, it depends on how good these life remnants are at high level. Like, if they give you like 300 life per pickup, it's gonna be insane, but... I don't know. The elemental damage is weird now. They changed it. It's not that your elemental damage can't bleed anymore. It's that they contribute 2 bleeding magnitude. That seems really weird. See, Jonathan saying the game will have more GPU intensive things. Yeah, I took one look at the game and I realized that. But no, I didn't hear him say that. But the game is the best looking game I've ever seen. So, yep. Have I seen Wolson? I mean, you do a little bit of damage as Fizz, but I don't see like going a build that's cold and lightning, right? I can comprehend a build going cold and lightning. They're like both elements. But going a build that's Fizz and then also elemental. In my mind, that's like I don't know, that's like mixing an apple and a potato chip or something. I don't know. You know what I mean? Like they're so different. But I don't know how magnitude works yet either. But like I know it's essentially more damage, but how does it actually work? Like you just hit more and it builds up and it does more damage? I don't know. Not sure how that works. I mean, they very well could be insane. If it's just like a wording change, it essentially still works the same way, like, because you're always going to do some Fizz damage, right? So you'll bleed. And then if it just means, if like magnitude just builds up the more you hit, then I mean, it's still good, right? But I don't know how it works. You get 8 points. I'm sure they talked about it like somewhere in here, but I don't know. Alright, boom. I'll put her in S tier. Gimmicky? I don't know. I like the direction of they took the ascendancy changes. I think it's good. Spirit, evasion, Fizz damage is really good. Oh. Creates a fire explosion, arcing bolt of lightning, or an icy wave of projectiles. The chance for explosion proportional to your strength, for a bolt proportional to your dex, and a wave proportional to your int. Is 2 as sick as it looks? I think so. It looks really sick to me. What hinges on, like, we don't know how much, like, we don't know the evasion formula. And we don't know how much evasion you'll actually be able to get. So it could be really good or really bad. Right? It could go, I don't know, I feel like it could go either way. A lot of, like, pretty much every build except for Titan, basically, and Witch Hunter, I guess, Every build except for these two is like hinging on how does this mechanic work? I feel like that's everything right now. How does this mechanic actually function? Downside is worse than what PB1 Brain tells you? Well, no, the downside is if you just can only get a shit amount of evasion, and we don't know yet. Like, what if with this 40% or less evasion rating, you can only realistically get like 15%? You know? Stuff like that we don't know. Hmm. Nobody knows, but I'd say the safest starter is going melee bonker Titan. I'd say that's the safest starter. Hinging on it like being smooth the whole way. I think that's the safest. I think that is definitely the safest. Titan's pretty straightforward. There's like nothing that can get fucked up on Titan. But other than that, it's kind of all a shit shoot. Able defense on Stormweaver, you go Archmage and Mind Over Matter. Slash maybe late game Energy Shield. I mean, it's possible to just dodge everything in PvE1 too. People don't like to admit it, but PvE1's a pretty fair game. I mean, you could get evasion maybe. Probably not getting armor. I mean, I'm assuming early on you're not going to need some huge damage nodes for clearing campaign. I mean, that could be totally wrong, actually. Yeah, maybe Blood Mage for starting isn't actually going to feel that great. But we don't really know yet. We've seen like 0 Ascended gameplay in campaign anyways, right? What if it... Have they said anything about how long it'll take you to get your, like, Uber lab, essentially? Yeah, pause should be an ascendancy point. Attribute hasn't those start small passives? Surely they do. I mean, maybe not. Probably spend your first hour or two just looking through the passive trees, figure out what class you're gonna play. Yeah, it's probably not a bad idea. Witch Hunter Excel video. Yeah, here. Obe 2. Grenades and shotgun definitely looks like a Witch Hunter angle. Is data mine based or woke? Invoker. The ancient Romanian Christmas music. I tier the Titan? S tier. Why does melee always get the boring skills? We mean Invoker looks fucking sick for melee. Um, It did. I feel like I don't know, they all look so good. But I don't know. Ugh. Yeah, meditate's kind of weird. Although I'm gonna put it A tier because we don't know how evasion's gonna look. But then, oh yeah, okay, that's fair. Made you decide on Stormweaver for S? Archmage OP. Maybe, probably. This one. Is it 5 darkness per level? Is that like dark, like, so at level 100 you have 500? Well, I guess you'd have 600. I don't know, but the 1-2 combo is really strong. If Leech is good. If Leech is good, the 1-2 combo is really strong. Double S tier easy? No way. I need to just have the... Where's the... I need the into the breach thing. What do you have the into the breach? Cool tip? I would see I am mana protects the... Yeah, that seems, juicy. The most beautiful leech maybe in the history of leeches. Okay, that's true. Ooh, is that it? Thanks. Wait. Yeah. So you get it every 1 second. And then you go like 5, 6. You get 7% of damage is chaos for 5 seconds. So then you get it for 10 seconds. It's also double. Stacks up to 10 times, so I mean, that's a lot of damage. Even if say you only have like 4 on average, that's still a shit ton. Have they even shown ED contagion working the same way as it does in PB1? I mean, I guess they said spreads disease, but I didn't see any chain clearing. What spells would you run? I don't know if you'd necessarily go spells. Although it's gotta be something that can take advantage of Mana Leech. And then presumably you're scaling chaos damage. Yeah, you definitely go 1, 2, 5, 6. I don't think there's any other option. I think 1, 2, 5, 6 is like super easy choice. Spirit is your mana reservation, essentially. Except it doesn't reserve your mana, it reserves your spirit. I don't know, I mean, the Flames of Chayula, if they spawn close enough to you, could be, like, really insane. No, let's see. Does he have it in the...
Tablets are special items that
Does this
Boards
monk
of
have it?
Raging
No, it's like this is Invoker Monk or something, isn't it? Yeah, but does it show for like a prolonged period of time? I mean, showing it for 5 seconds isn't a really good... Oh, is it? No, this is Invoker. Or to be under ascendancies.
Some monks choose to reach into the darkness instead. The Acolyte of Chayula can exchange their mastery of spirit for darkness, a resource that can be utilized to both absorb and deal damage. The Shroud of Darkness will protect you from all damage incoming, but if you take Grasp of the Void, you will deal extra chaos distances to chaos as well. Main of the Breach. Another node you can take is Waking Dream, which allows you to see into the domain of the Breach Demons.
I mean...
There you will see the Flames of Chayula that can be taken to gain life, mana, and damage. The Mercenary has a job to do, but which job suits you?
It's hard to tell in such a short clip. It almost looked like... Do they constantly spawn? I don't think they constantly spawn. It looked like... I don't know, it looked like as he walked close to them, allowing you to... Creates a breach around you, allowing you to see nearby flames of Chayula. You're considered to be in a breach while this is active. $58.23.
Get some more points and inflict you with a mysterious debuff. In order to earn more points, you will need to defeat Zesht at a higher difficulty, and some rewards from Zesht can only be found by increasing the difficulty of the Twisted Domain above certain thresholds. Defeating Zesht at difficulty 4 will be a challenge indeed, but there are many more threats in Rayclast. Ritual indeed, but
and that seems pretty good.
Double the example. This get some more points, and you can allocate Waking Nightmare, which will double the number of splinters you get.
Yeah, it seems like they are already fine. You have to get close to reveal it, but maybe if you like just keep going in circles,
and inflict you with a mysterious debuff. In order to earn more points, you will need to defeat Zesht at a higher difficulty, and some rewards from Zesht can only be found by increasing the difficulty of the Twisted Domain above certain thresholds. Defeating Zesht at difficulty 4 will be a challenge indeed, but there are...
I don't know. Could be really good or really bad, I guess. I don't know. I think I'm gonna put it in C tier because we don't really know how that works. It could either be really good or really bad. And this ascendancy hinges so much on it being good. It's not like Invoker, where even if this thing with the evasion rating doesn't end up being that good, it still has other good stuff on it, right? This one is like all shit. Yeah. You can pick one for me.
Alright. That's dangerous.
The nodes in between a properly ranked is? Maybe. I mean, usually they're not too huge, though. And I think they weren't, like, gigantic on the other ones, either. It's too late. Let me see. There is some... I've seen a tree with, Japanese prohibited button. Why is Witch Hunter so high? Because you can get Giga Clear or you can get good bossing. Good at everything. Is this Deadeye? Yeah, Deadeye looks pretty good. Hmm. 4, 5, 7, 8. I don't know. Maybe a 1, 2 would be good on thing too. I know what it hinges on for me is there's some really fast attacking skills, right? If you can charge your Tailwind to 10 pretty much every second, it's a big juicer. Like that crossbow rapid fire one or whatever. Yeah, Tailwind shows it right here. 1% movement speed, 3% increased skill speed, and 15% increased evasion rating per stack. Well, that's kind of crazy, actually. Dude, if you can perma sustain 10, essentially, this is huge. You get 30% damage reduction, like basically perma, and then all this stuff too. That's really huge. I don't know. I think if you can maintain your Tailwind really easily, I think it's S. For Blood Mage, I don't know. It's gonna depend. Pretty much every combo on Blood Mage is pretty solid. Pathfinder. C or B? I mean, it doesn't like look super terrible to me. Maybe a concoction's good. Like 6 is good. 1, 2, 6. Oh, I guess you have to go 3, 4. 3, 4, 6, 1. I feel Pathfinder is just a complete bunch of question marks. Like, we don't know if poison's good, we don't know if flasks are good. S is crowded. Everything seems really good. Everything seems solid, dude. They did. I feel like they did a pretty good job on these, making it hard to choose what to do. I feel like they did a good job on making it hard to choose. The T? I don't know. Deadeye Grenade's better than Witch Hunter? It might be. Possible. Why is Deadeye an S? Okay, look at this. You get 30% increased skill speed, 10% increased move speed, 150% increased evasion rating, and then you get 30% less damage taken. And then you get these Giga Frenzy Charge things, or you get an additional projectile. And that's all hinging on assuming it's going to be easy to sustain your Tailwind. Endless Deadeye with endless ammunition shooting the crossbow, right? Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, there's that really fast crossbow skill, right? If it just stacks your Tailwind really fast or something. Yeah, if you can do something you can spam really fast. Essentially always be at max stacks, it's gonna be Giga. I'm still unsure about this. I feel like Infernalist is the most up in the air one. I'm gonna start hardcore and then I'm gonna kill myself and then I'm gonna play in softcore. Or I'm just gonna die normally, one or the other. I mean, it could be good. Fucking hate Twitch. Why do they block these stupid words? Yeah, Chronomancer full ascendancy looks not great. I think the only Chronomancer copium is using something like Hammer of the Gods and then hoping it doesn't consume the thing. This doesn't have the small nodes. I swear I've seen the small nodes somewhere. Oh, is jubbling bad? Just looks weak early. You're gonna have no damage. You're not gonna be very tanky early. Invoker looks good. Chayula could be really busted. Chayula is either gonna be like, I don't know. Actually, I think Chayula has the most chance to land anywhere here. Chayula could land literally anywhere here. If this mana leech combo works well and the Into the Breach thing works well, that's S tier. If just one or the other works well, it's like probably like a B or C tier. If neither of them work good, it's F tier. Oh. I'm stabbing myself. Yeah. I think Titan's the safest. If you want the least chance to have a shitty build, you probably go Titan. On YouTube tomorrow? I don't know, maybe. Thanks, dear.
Welcome. Yeah.
Titan, just solid all around. Dude, if hulking form was not the second node behind an essentially useless one, that'd be so OP. That would, yeah, that would be broken. I haven't really reacted to any videos yet, so no. That is hot. Yeah, just in time for lunch. What's for lunch? I don't know, some chicken and rice thing. I don't know why they didn't. I don't know why they didn't sponsor me for longer with these meal kit things. It's like I don't know why they did one day. They did like they paid me for a 2-minute shout out thing, essentially. I don't know why they didn't do a month. It's actually like really good. I mean, rucksack's pretty nice. But for free now, no, I'm just not gonna say the name. Do you know the name? No. See? Now you just know I'm eating something tasty and delicious. Yeah, tomorrow night is the pre-download. I don't know if it's night or what. No, it's not Factor. That's what everybody's gonna think it is now. Everybody's gonna think it's Factor, but it's not. And now you're not gonna know because they didn't sponsor me for a month. I think it's better than Factor. It's definitely better than Factor. Factor is good though.
44 million billion Linux and Boog years.
That is true. Thanks for 44-year resub, Dalvin. Which of the Titan nodes is good? Like literally all of them. Pretty much every single Titan node is good. The only ones that like I don't think are very good is the rucksack and the more damage against heavy stun. 'Cause I don't know how often that's gonna happen, but everything else should be good. Yeah, I'm going Merc. Maybe. I don't know. There's so much tempting things. There's so many things look so good. I don't know. Kind of tempted for Deadeye, actually. Deadeye is kind of tempting. Deadeye looks solid if you can actually keep this tailwind up. And thanks for the 37-year resub, Susie. You can keep that tailwind up. I think Deadeye is really good. Hmm. I kind of want to put Blood Mage down to A tier. I don't know. I feel like early I think you might be struggling for damage. I think you might be struggling for damage. Hey, thanks for the 37 resub, Susie, and the 5 gift subs, Susie. Hmm. I don't know. I might put Blood Mage down one. I mean, Blood Mage is a 3-point ascendancy, essentially, because your first node, you don't get a choice. I get 3 choices. But I don't know, like, if the life remnants at max level give you like 300 HP a pop, that's huge, right? Okay, I think I'm gonna put it down. Thanks for the prime, hate that. Yeah, I think I put Blood Mage down 1. Probably at the front here. If I'm gonna order them in order. I'm not sure Invoker's S. That's why I have it not an S. Alright. I'm not sure about any of these. I read that wrong, but regardless. I'm not sure of any of these. These could all be wrong. I don't even know what. I know like 10% of the passive tree. These are probably all wrong. No, I think Titan definitely gonna be good. I think Titan can't be lower than A tier in reality. Yeah. I think Titan, Stormweaver, and Witch Hunter are all the safest picks. I think these 3 all incredibly safe. Witch Hunter is not S tier though. Oh. It has the best clearing options in the game by far. It also has good bossing. It can do both things well. What's not to love? Hurdle Charm? Well, it was OP as fuck, but they nerfed it in this post compared to what it was originally showed. 35% less block chance. As opposed to... What percent was the OG one? You didn't lose any block chance. Originally, there's just no less block chance line. And this was also 50%. So that got nerfed by 10% too. Warbringer went down from S to B with that, in my opinion. Although, I don't know. Could still be OP if you can somehow like get evasion and then acrobatics so you can evade everything, right? And then stack them, could be pretty huge. So are we supposed to memorize which little thumbnail matches which ascendancy when they just came out this morning? Come on, Lily, do better. You know, I try not to use this word. It's a bad word, but you're a retard. So I get like one allotment a month, okay? I can say it once per month. Sometimes just no word is gonna like hit the same, okay? I do my best not to say it, but sometimes the power just overwhelms me. Okay, let's see. We got a video to react to. Calendar. Okay, what do we got here? What do we got? Why does it look like this? Wait, what is wrong with the UI right now? Does it seem fucked up? Why is it like so offset to the left? What's happening? Why not lean into the clickbait to a comical level? I mean, have you not seen my YouTube thumbnails? It's pretty, I mean, look at that, dude. I kinda do. Oh, here we go.
Hi everyone, it's Rax. I've been consuming Path of Exile 2
Pause
content
mechanic.
nonstop for about a week in anticipation of its early access release this Friday. And honestly, the more that I hear about it, the more I seem to be falling in love with the game. I really like the direction that Grinding Gear Games seems to be taking it in. I've been seeing all the interviews with Jonathan Rogers from all the great content creators.
Yeah, wait, why is it red? Is he turning red for PoE2?
Getting lots of new info, and the hype is real. What I would like to talk to you about, though, is one thing that I find very controversial about
Dude, how can you not like Rax?
Path of Exile 2 that I'd like to bring up. And honestly, I haven't even played it, so I guess don't knock it until
Holy shit, what did they do to paint in Windows 11? That is the worst thing I've ever seen. My god, they ruined it. What is this?
try it. But I want to bring up some of the counterpoints and some of the things I've been hearing in the community.
Image creator. Like, is that like an AI generator?
Just throw it out there. So let's start with in PoE 1. In PoE 1, when you fight a boss, well, assuming that we're not playing hardcore, in hardcore you only have one life, you're going to have 6 portals, and 6 portals are the best defense, and you just fight. If things go wrong, you can log out macro and go in your other 6 portals, and hopefully with 6 tries, the boss is dead, and we win. Excellent. Well, in PoE 2,
I would not call it
they are
excellent.
making it a lot more challenging. On the bosses, you get 1 try. And in the campaign, if you die to the boss, I assume you're just going to be able to run back in and try the boss again until you either kill it or you go gear up and then kill the boss again and then go to the next act. But in the end game, you will only have one try. So if you like farmed up some consumables or some mats to summon the boss and you fight it, if you die, then that's it. You got to farm it again. I got no problem with that, actually. This is not the controversial part. You only get one try. That's good. It makes you really
good.
think before you go
Base.
challenge it. You're going to have to power up, especially if you've never fought the boss before. But the real tricky part is what happens if you hit a logout macro or if you hit escape in this case.
Well, I mean, this meal looks
and
sad.
the
This meal's
answer
great.
is it pauses the game and then it gives you the option to return to checkpoint, right? So Grinding Gear Games has said that they're going to give you the option to back out of the boss fight if you would like to, which of course, this is more of a hardcore thing, right? If you're in softcore, you might as well just keep fighting, because if you leave and you lose the boss attempt anyway, why wouldn't you just try to kill him, even if things are looking dire? So this is mostly a hardcore thing. I don't personally have a problem with you being able to abandon ship here. Some people might contest that, but I think it's okay to have the option to back out of the boss fight if you feel overwhelmed.
Yeah, that's a good thing.
Fight again another day. But if we take a step back, here is the controversial thing. It pauses the game. And in my opinion, without having tried it, I think this is borderline game breaking. And there is a famous clip of Ben recently circulating around where Ben has vowed if he gets to like the final Uber boss to pause 500 times until they change it. I actually think that this is a big problem. I think it's a big problem for the integrity of the game, because imagine you're fighting Maven from PoE 1. If you don't know PoE 1, Maven has like a Simon Says game where you have to memorize where certain lights are and then go run along those certain lights. Well, what you can do is every time a light goes up, you can just pause the game and think about it. Okay, it lit up on left. Okay, left.
I mean, I'm assuming you still lose XP in softcore, so you're still gonna be doing this in softcore.
Left. Okay. Unpause. Oh, top. Okay. Left top. Okay. Unpause.
Well, I mean, you don't
pause
have
again.
to, but
Left top. Left top. Left. Da da da. You get the idea, and then you just do it perfectly, and you're good. Or you're fighting a boss, you never fought them before, but the big attacks have like these big red telegraphs. Boom. This is what's going to hit you in this part of the screen. You pause it. You say, okay, what's about to happen here? All right. I'm going to unpause and then immediately dash to the left. Another point that Zizaran brought up in his video, you can pause the game and then say, go over to Discord. Hey, buddy, Rax, can you come here and help me with this boss? I'm stuck. Okay, you can send the invite, unpause, accept the invite. Boom, we got our friend in here, and now we're going to win. And I actually think that this really, really compromises the integrity of the game, the integrity of the kill, the integrity of the races. And we've been discussing this all day long on my stream, and people said things like, Rax, you're really, really overestimating this. Not many people will use the pauses on the bosses in this way in order to gain an advantage. How's he reading Twitch
chat from a YouTube video?
I completely disagree. I think it's going to be used a lot. And I think it's going to be essentially just a way to cheese a lot of mechanics, or a way to kind of pseudo cheese, like learning bosses that you don't even know. Like when you went into Last Epoch, for example, when they released Abarath on hardcore, Abarath just started killing everybody. He was just killing everybody for like a week until somebody finally killed him, because he was just so devastating. But if you could pause all the time while fighting him, man, it would have just...
It doesn't matter if the screen's black. If you're recording it. But if you're serious about the game, you're going to be using Shadowplay or something. And then you can just look.
Trivialize the fight completely. So this is the one thing that I really wish Grinding Gear Games...
People always say this, but what if you're not serious about the game? Well, I mean, if you're not serious about the game, then you don't care about anything, so it doesn't matter to you, so you have no opinion here. Right? Like, if you don't care, then you don't care. Which is most people, yeah. But then most people feel like they have to give their take on what they think, even though it doesn't affect them at all. Because if you don't care, then you just don't care. You have no take if you don't care.
Games would revisit, and hopefully pretty quickly. I really don't like the casual people. They say, Rax, the casuals won't use the pauses. Well, if you won't use them, then removing them won't hurt you. And if you will use them, then you're cheesing the fight. And then they say, well, Rax, what if you have an emergency and you have to pause the game and run away? Well, yeah, okay. I guess in that scenario, that would help you. But I don't think we should design the game and initiate features like this for those kinds of situations. And I believe you get logged out even if you've been paused for 15 minutes anyway. This is the only thing that I've heard from Path of Exile 2 that I genuinely think makes the game worse. So I would be totally fine if you hit escape or whatever button on a boss, that it just takes you back to the checkpoint. You're just gone and you forfeit that fight in hardcore. I don't know if I mind the pausing in the rest of the game. If you hit escape and you pause during mapping, you pause during the campaign, I don't think it really matters. But I don't think you should be able to pause the game on the end game pinnacle bosses. So that to me is really one of the only controversial things that I've heard in the last.
Yeah, like pausing campaign, whatever, I guess. Campaign bosses, whatever. It's campaign boss. But allowing you to do for the peak content that is made for the sweat lords, why would you balance that around the bottom percent of players who are going to have a child like munching on their ankles and grandma's on fire behind them? That makes no sense.
Week, I'm interested to hear what you guys think about this, and maybe it's one of those like don't knock it until you try it things. But if somebody gets the world first kill and they
Pausing
do it,
is irrelevant mechanics will overwhelm people even if they pause. How are you gonna? What do you mean you're paused? You pause and then you click, okay, save my character button.
By pausing the game 40 times to dodge mechanics, that is going to be...
Or you unpause and just move the other way.
Such a buzzkill.
Or you pause it and then you call in Steel Mage to come kill the boss for you.
That,
or a million other bad things that could result from it. Isn't it up to people to set the challenge for themselves? Why do you care about how they deal with the content? Well, see, what you're confusing here is it's actually you who cares. Because if you don't care, then this doesn't matter to you. If you don't care, what does it matter to you? If you don't care, either way it works.
I don't know. I'm going to be really sad. Anyway, just wanted to throw that out there. Super excited for Friday. If you guys want a PoE 2 key, I've been vomiting them nonstop. Tons of people from the community have given me their extra keys to give away. We've already given away so many of them, and I'm giving...
I think a cooldown to pause could be a good solution. Or not a cooldown, but like... Dude, they had the solution for this. You press a button, and you channel your portal for 2 seconds, and you're out. Boom, that's the solution.
Away like about 60 more.
That's the solution. It was already in the game.
In the next 2 days. So stop by the stream if you
I know you can't, but you originally could, and they changed it for this.
Want a key, we'll give away 60 copies of PoE 2 early access.
Yeah, he's really mad. PoE 2 meme video? Is it Frosty Lou? I don't know, sure. See if I haven't seen it yet.
Hi. I'm game director on Jonathan Rogers. The Count doles out sentences of death to any who would question him.
You're fired.
Tempest Bell, for example, is a skill that places a giant resonating bell.
La boule. Gong.
In PoE 2, you can raise your shield at any time to block all damage from the front.
I can't watch this. Too many DMCA content. Dude, this is like 90% random clips. Is this that guy that nobody liked that made the cringe AI videos?
Why did they do the stream 2 weeks?
No, I don't think so. What was that guy's name? Anybody remember? Was it Exile Maze? But yeah, I don't know. I don't understand the take, like, well, I don't care how other people play, so why should they change it? Well, if you don't care, then why do you care if they change it? You know? I don't get it. Eight tips everyone should know. Dodge rolling is important. New full ascendancy reveal. Best ascendancies in classes for you. Skill go. Oh, there we go. Yes. Oh, arrows going up and down. Gamers still want depth. I need to get like a brainlet here or something.
They hold new studio. Okay, so first I want to establish the premise upon which this video is being built, which is that a lot of AAA games are intentionally being dumbed down and oversimplified in the pursuit of approachability, I guess, or maybe modern gamers coming at it. And all of that, I feel, is built on faulty assumptions that players like things that are dumbed down.
They do.
And don't mind it when depth is stripped out. So let me give you a few examples. To point to a recent example, Dragon Age the Veilguard was a sequel to a well-established, massive RPG franchise. The previous games were known for their narrative depth, their consequence within narrative choices, and even games like Dragon Age Inquisition featured tactical combat that, while very, very clunky, did at least offer some customization and depth. All of the companions had complex motivations. They would remember what you did hours and hours before, and that would alter
Why does it look like it's made in 2012?
their behavior and choices later. And there were even systems put in place for you to transfer your choices from previous games forward.
Okay. I don't... Okay, you want the real take? I don't think anybody cares if the game is dumbed down or if it's not dumbed down. I think people just care if the game is fun to play. And usually, it's more fun for most people to not have to research a fucking PhD to play. which is fine. But what ends up happening is these bottom dregs of gamers who can barely hold a controller or something. They come in, and then every single game that isn't super easy, they fucking complain and cry a huge river about it constantly.
Called the key.
And then is like, why do you have to... Okay. It's like when people complain about PoE being like complex or something or whatever, or too hard, or they're gonna complain about the one portal thing or whatever. Like, every other ARPG in the entire genre is designed for you. Why can this one game not be a hardcore game? It's people like that. God, dude. And like, literally every other game in the genre is designed for you, dude. Go play any other game. Why does PoE also have to be a baby game?
Keep, where you could actually move your choices from Dragon
I think it's a good thing when you have different options with different games.
Age Origins, for example, over, and even that could have cascading effects all the way through Dragon.
Now, gatekeeping's good. If you didn't have gatekeeping, everything would be the same slop. Gatekeeping is like implicitly why games are different.
Age Inquisition, there was
if you didn't gatekeep, every game would be like tic-tac-toe the same.
A lot of complexity there. However, with Dragon Age the Veilguard,
it's like, you don't want to play a turn-based game? Alright, fuck off. Don't play Baldur's Gate 3. You don't want to play a hard game? Fuck off. Don't play PoE 2. Don't play Elden Ring. Don't complain that you want it to be easy like every other game designed for you.
Every single aspect of the game except for the hair simulation,
like some arbitrary gatekeeping that's just like, oh, I don't like this person, is bad. But gatekeeping based on preferences is, I think it's perfectly fine.
Significantly walked back and dumbed down. In my opinion, the writing has gotten extremely lackluster and lacking in any sort of complexity and depth. Dialogue choices basically whittled down
probably not
to
even the right word
yes
for that, but people love to use that word.
Or offering encouragement in a number of different ways. There aren't really any bad choices to be had here. There's no way to tell one of your companions to suck it up and stop whining. There's nothing like that. You just are a good friend that pats them on the head whatever they do, and then you go and say, yeah, let's do that. No matter what you actually want to do, it always plays out the same way. There's basically no narrative depth except for in the last mission where everything is determined based on whether you grind it out max leveling each of your companions. No spoilers in case you want to play because it did just come out, but really there's not a lot of depth there. If you want to hear my full thoughts, I'll have the video linked below where I talked with my wife who's a big Dragon Age fan about it, and we went through all the details. So if you want to hear my extended thoughts, even including some spoilers at the end of the video, links below. The point is, Dragon Age the Veilguard took everything where Atreus or other companions, as you went through various levels, would call out the solution to puzzles before you even realized there was a puzzle to be solved. And this has happened in many games as well. It was just called out by IGN of all outlets with Avowed, the upcoming RPG.
Wait, IGN called out a game being too easy? There's no way. There's no way.
Obsidian, where companions start to solve puzzles for you without you asking for it, without you wanting it. You could know the solution, you could have figured it out yourself, or maybe you want to figure it out because it's a puzzle after all, and you kind of should have to think about it. But instead, the companions just call out the solution, and then you get a little quest objective marker pointing in the solution's direction so you know where to go. It removes any thought. It's like insulting, in my opinion, to suggest that players just want to go turn their brain off and then like drool while they go through the motions of something. Like, no, if it's a puzzle, there should be challenge. That's okay. And I've tried to figure out why so many companies have been doing this. There's suggestions that maybe it's because they are just too focused on focus group testing, where they bring in 15 different people of these different demographics and they all test it, and then they see, oh, these two people said the puzzle was too hard, so we're going to dumb it down, or we're going to give options where the companion comes in and solves the puzzle for them and all of that. I don't know, though. I really don't know what it is. It does feel like maybe it is just game design by committee going awry, but either way,
I mean, I think it's that if your game is less challenging, more people are going to play it.
It drives me
I'm pretty
crazy
sure that's all it is.
because these puzzles should be challenging, and instead they solve themselves if there's any complexity or depth there to begin with, which in the case of like Dragon Age of Veilguard, again, no
Most
depth,
people don't
no
wanna do
puzzle
puzzles.
complexity at
Yeah, I'm
all.
one of them. I
Even
don't like
if
puzzles.
companions don't solve it for
Thanks
you,
for the
there's nothing really there to
$1.99.
sink your teeth into, and the puzzles are like, turn this here and put this shield with a lion on the lion statue. You did it. Good job. Like, it's kindergarten at best. And it drives me all the more crazy about it. That's okay. And a third and final example of the excessive dumbing down and oversimplification of a massive, formerly beloved franchise would be the oversimplification of the Assassin's Creed games. You know, back in the day, Assassin's Creed games had social stealth. They had all sorts of different cool tools to use within stealth sequences as you worked through levels. They had black box missions, for example, with like AC Unity, where you would go through levels and you could go through these challenges in 15 different ways, each time discovering something different because there were so many different routes that they had taken into account. Nowadays, what we see with the most recent game, big AAA game that is, Assassin's Creed Valhalla, we see all of that having been stripped out, and even something as iconic as parkour has been removed or simplified to the point where it basically
You can't parkour in the new Assassin's Creed.
nothing. Back in the day with AC Unity, if you wanted to parkour up an object, you had to hold down right trigger and then A or X on your controller to climb up. And if you wanted to go down and free climb down, you would hold down right trigger and B or circle to descend. And if you wanted to just
I don't know, it's just about depth.
But then we see games like Path of Exile 2 that come along and seemingly buck the trend. And games like this have consistently outperformed and blown away expectations over the last few years. And I think it's because gamers are really starved for depth and
Well, I think it's more okay. I don't think it's because they're starved for depth. I think it's because the games that still have depth are the companies that still care. And the rest of like the easier games are just like dog shit AAA slop regurgitated 20 times in the last 20 years. Like I don't think it's that they crave depth. I think it's that they're actually just bad.
complexity, as franchises they used to love have consistently been dumbed down to the point where they are unrecognizable. And it's not just Path of Exile 2, it's games like Elden Ring, which have also shown that complexity and a lack of handholding can work in massive, massive games.
You know, I feel like Elden Ring is actually an example in the direction of less challenge.
Because guess what? If there's a player that is
Elden Ring, if you go and do like actually farm and level up, it's really easy.
Struggling with a boss and maybe could use a little bit of extra help compared to the people that really love digging into the builds or just have a better understanding of how these types of action RPG games work. Those people, if they're struggling, they can just look up a guide.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's a bad thing about Elden Ring. I'm just saying I don't think it's a coincidence that Elden Ring is the biggest Souls game and it's also by far, well, maybe not by far the easiest. I mean, one of significantly easier.
They can Google it.
My Elden Ring playthrough might be on YouTube somewhere.
They can look up on YouTube. What's a
like
good build
section
for defeating
or whatever.
Radon? And they can do it that way. And you know what? That's okay. The community is there to help those players.
I don't like how he talks to you like a child. Well, this is what most YouTubers do. I mean, this is kind of similar to this video, actually. Most people want to be talked to like a child. Like, the biggest videos are like, oh, don't play what you want to play. That's the best choice. Like, holy shit, dude. Of fucking course it is. Why does somebody have to have that told to them? Oh, if you want to play the spellcaster, you play the spellcaster. You want to play the big stick man, you play the guy with the big stick.
When they need the help. It's one of the great things about these types of games is that the communities come together to help each other. And I know there's the stereotype of like the purist where it's like, no, don't use guides, don't look up anything. But honestly, I think that represents a pretty vocal minority of the player base of these games, most people are just glad that everybody's enjoying a game that they're passionate about too. With Path of Exile, some people will go through a purist run and not touch any guides or anything. Others, from day one, will be looking up guides and trying to get help on Reddit or wherever else. And I think that's great. I think that's okay. However you need to play the game to enjoy it, cool. I'm just glad that the communities are there to work with each other and help each other, even in the face of complexity and really deep,
You want to play crossbows?
overwhelming
What weapon
otherwise
should you choose?
gameplay systems. But perhaps that's the takeaway, is that players working together will always feel better than developers dumbing down something to the point where it's accessible or approachable. I'm all for games being playable by more people, but when it gets to
I mean, there's no guides to follow on day one. I mean, I guess you could follow like a skeleton of a build that a creator makes, but
the point where the game
there's not going to be like a full guide.
loses all sense of
serious.
identity and complexity and depth, then we're not talking about accessibility. You're fundamentally changing what made that game or franchise great. Because look, we're not talking about streamlining, which I think is something different. We're talking about oversimplification and dumbing down. If you're going to just streamline something and make it so old gear that you collected now, instead of just sitting in your inventory mixed with all the gear that you currently use, now it's like slotted into a different tab in your inventory screen. That is technically a streamlining of the experience, but it doesn't make the game less intense or less interesting. It doesn't mechanically change anything other than saving you time and headache. That's okay. That's something Path of Exile 2 is doing in a lot of ways compared to the first game, where even with like support gems,
talk the chat like they're children.
Going to have a system
Yeah.
to basically recommend ones for players to try instead of just leaving it up.
I mean, it like the strap for everything is to like games, content creation. You basically are appeasing the lowest bottom denominator for the most views and stuff. Like a ton of people want to be babied. Like you can see it when, like, you have PoE content creators who are like, no, don't call someone's build bad. Maybe tell them the good things about it. Like, no, if the build's shit, I'm gonna say it's shit. You're a 35-year-old. I'm gonna say your build is shit. I'm not gonna censor my words to make a 35-year-old feel better. I don't know. There's a group of people that are like that.
To people to figure out in the moment. That's a good streamlining choice. But if they were to say, come out and say, we've decided to just get rid of 5 classes. We're just going to have the one, no 6 classes. We're going to have one, and it's going to be a warrior build, and everybody's going to use the same weapons. We start to lose what made Path of Exile great and interesting for so many people. Basically,
he's never played PoE,
for
has
players
he?
to try, instead of just leaving it up to people to figure out other than saving you time and headache. That's okay. That's something Path of Exile 2 is doing in a lot of ways compared to the first game, where even with like support gems, they're going to have a system to basically recommend ones for players to try instead of just leaving it up to people to figure out in the moment. That's a good streamlining choice. But if they were to say, come out and say, we've decided to just get rid of 5 classes. We're just going to have the one, no 6 classes. We're going to have one, and it's going to be a warrior build, and everybody's going to use the same weapons. It would start to lose what made Path of Exile
I feel like that's a terrible example.
great and interesting for so many people. That's an oversimplification and dumbing down. Streamlining is okay. But listen, to just summarize all this, Path of Exile 2 will not be for everybody, but I think that's why it is so exciting for the people it is appealing to. It's not trying to be everything to everybody. It's not trying to be the most approachable action RPG to move the most units according to a spreadsheet. It's just trying to new. Gets me excited.
He just shared his opinion.
You know,
Those videos
you
are
start to just
unnecessary.
get bored of selecting them manually, so they put a. And I'm not going to pretend to understand all of it. I'm not going to pretend like I'm an expert in it, because I'm not. This will be my first big foray into Path of Exile. But what's made it appealing to me is that it's not trying to be dumbed down and appeal to me. You know, like it's just a massive, intimidating, sure, but a massive and unapologetically complicated game with a lot of depth. And that gets me.
Well, what I originally thought he was saying was like everybody finds out their own thing. And not everybody just plays one build, when in reality everybody just plays like the same 5 builds every league, right? Because people just choose what's best. I think that's not the point he was going for. I mean, I think his example was still kind of cooked, but you know, for different reasons.
Me excited as somebody that has been eating a lot of junk food games this year, which have been overly dumbed down in pursuit of mass market appeal. This is exactly what I'm looking for. And if you want to find out more about it, I encourage you to go watch this Path of Exile 2 endgame content reveal. This is an hour and 20-minute video.
Cool. You don't think everyone picks the same 5 builds outside of the hardcore competitive bubble? I mean, yeah, semantics. It was a little bit of an exaggeration, but... Alright. 10 builds. Are you happy now? Dies to mimic.
I stopped fucking lagging in this shit.
Is this where he crashes?
Ah! What the fuck?
Wait, I hadn't seen this one. I didn't see this one.
Am I gonna die to this mimic now or what?
I didn't see this one. I saw another one where he crashed.
I stopped.
That's pretty good.
This shit now. Ah! Shit now. Ah! What the fuck?
That's pretty good. How do you not know who Forsen is, dude? He's the horse master. Why you should play PoE 2. Why is he thinking so hard in the thumbnail? Is that just auto-generated?
I did it!
I mean, that's a good thumbnail.
Hello guys, and welcome to new video. In this video we're gonna be talking about why you should, yes, should, be trying out PoE 2. First of all, why should you listen to me? If you haven't come across me before, well, I've been playing PoE 1 for well over a decade now, since 2012. I have, I think, at least 20,000 plus playing hours. And I mean, talking, and theory crafting, and just spending.
Wait. Oh, it took Noogie 8 hours for the box? There's no way, dude. There's no way Noogie is just as bad at puzzles as I am. There's no way. He seems like he would build it in or put it together in like 2 hours.
Time around PoE, I mean, well over 30, so at least I know what I'm talking about. So that's a start. Am I biased? I mean, I have taken leagues off when I felt the game was bad. I have spoken my mind to the devs in the past whenever I felt like they stepped out of their way.
and, you know, praise them for whenever that needed. So I do feel I am well equipped to give you some pretty objective information about what the game is and what it isn't. Right, so here it goes.
Burb. I've returned. No, there's no POB for PoE2 yet. Did that work? Did it get added? Did. I don't know how far he is. Ascendancy maxing. Wait. Streaming VODs can show up when you search something? That's kind of stupid. Why is there YouTube full of random zero view vlogs? Dude, that's the best. That's the algorithm I'm on right now.
Are you new?
That's the best. The overnight AFK VOD streams. Don't worry. I'm debating about doing like an impromptu subathon or something for PvT. That's big months. Robin chill, dude. Yeah, he's pretty chill.
To Path of Exile 2, just like me. Here's a Diablo 4 player's perspective with a ton of classes and terminology comparison. Now, obviously, those two games are very...
I'd say excited. He's always really excited. He's always pogging out.
very different, but there are still some similarities, I think, that will help to make the game better understandable for new players, especially if you come from the Diablo 4 sphere, just like me and many people here around that are going to be playing Path of Exile 2. So probably the biggest decision that you have to make in Path of Exile is your class choice and your ascendancies. And there certainly are some similarities. Now, recently, GGG has published like all the ascendancy notes for all the different classes, so you can make an informed decision. And I'm just going to compare them here to you, like how the playstyle.
Dude, if somebody can't figure this out, they're gonna last like 5 minutes on this game.
Like kind of feels on a very, very base level. Now, there's obviously a lot of like nuances that you can make use of during.
I don't know. There's no way players like this last 5 minutes. There's gonna be another video where it's like, alright, if you want the guy with the big stick, you click the guy with the big stick. You want the spellcaster, you click the spellcaster.
Path of Exile, and there's in general a lot of ways to customize your builds. But what it boils down to basically here, we have the Barbarian in Diablo 4. This is my favorite, my main class, and this is at least somewhat similar to the Warrior. Though the main difference is the Warrior can still use a shield, but there's likely Necromancer, and there's not like...
Is there a link to this? Cheat sheet. Yep. Alright, you want the Sork? You click the Sork. Wait, was there no Merc comparison? I mean, Merc would just be Rogue, right? 9 reasons why PoE2 is perfect for beginners and new players. Oh man.
Path of Exile 2
Let's
is
see. Okay, every video of this I've watched so far, or every video like this, saying it's good for new players, they just list things that are all also true for PoE1. Let's see if this happens again. Every single one I have seen just says all things that are true for PoE1.
just around the corner, and if you're a new player and you feel daunted stepping into a new franchise, or you've tried Path of Exile 1 and felt it wasn't for you, then I'm here to tell you 10 reasons why Path of Exile 2 is going to be a much...
The only reason I think why someone could dislike PoE1 and like PoE2 is because of the difference in combat.
much smoother experience for newcomers without sacrificing the depth and complexity of the endgame that PoE lovers have traditionally loved over the years. So kicking things off, number 1, easier passive tree resets. Path of Exile's passive skill tree is often a big barrier to entry for many newcomers.
I mean, I guess
and in
that's
PoE1,
fair.
passive
Actually,
tree refund points were limited to around
fair,
20 refund points for completing the main story, and then you could only reset passive.
But, I don't know. We actually don't know how easy it is going to be to reset. Like, if you fuck up your whole tree and you're in Act 3, I don't know if you'll actually have enough gold to fix it all.
Points via a rare currency called the Orb of Regret. What this resulted in...
No way he called Orb Regret rare.
Only reset passive points via a rare currency called the Orb of Regret.
No way, dude!
This resulted in was a punishing system that encouraged newcomers to follow build guides that preventing them from experimenting freely. Because if you messed up your passive skill tree, often it'd be easier to reroll a fresh new character, which is pretty punishing. Well, now in PoE2, the passive skill tree can be fully refunded via gold as early as Act 1, which means newcomers are allowed to make mistakes, experiment, and just have fun without following a build guide. Number 2, simplified skill gems. In Path of Exile 1, a big pain point for new players was the skill gem socketing system. Skill gems had an associated color and had to be socketed into specific gear with the same color sockets. This meant you were limited by farming the right gear, the right socket number, and colors just to use.
There's no way someone gets stun locked on sockets in PoE1.
Your abilities.
And is gonna have a much better time in PoE2.
This meant that trying out new skills and new combinations of skills with support gems always had a limitation as to what gear you had. Well, in Path of Exile 2, skill gems are no longer tied to your gear. They instead are character based, and not only that, but they drop in an uncut form. So you
okay. I don't like how GGG is actually marketing skills as character based. I feel like it's kind of misleading. Like, how many people are gonna think that grenades are like merc only?
You can use
when in reality it's the same as PoE1 essentially.
To unlock any new skill you desire. This makes it much more inviting to try out new skills, new supports, and new buffs within the game without being hamstrung by the sockets on your gear. Number 3, in-game skill videos. Path of Exile 1 often relied on you getting information from third-party websites, using guides or watching videos to understand what a skill does. Along with the unforgiving passive skill tree system, this felt really constricting, as not only did you not intuitively know what something did, but you were scared of trying it with new passive nodes to augment it because it then punished you for choosing it. Well, no longer. PoE2 has video demonstrations with voiceover for each skill, so you know exactly how a skill will look and behave before you choose it. Number 4, crafting made easier. Crafting in PoE1 was a nightmare for newcomers. Not only did you need to understand how itemization worked in terms of prefixes and suffixes, but then you also needed to understand various currencies used to upgrade each item. And then on top of that, crafting drops felt rare in PoE1, especially in the early game, meaning you were encouraged to save them for the end game. And then as a result, you didn't learn how they were used because they were just sitting in your stash until later on. Path of Exile 2 tackles these issues by making crafting drops much more abundant, especially in the early game. You can enjoy using and understanding these currencies right from the get-go. Number 5, less bloat. No, this isn't my indigestion we're talking about. We're talking about 10 plus years of systems which are present in Path of Exile.
Oh, just wait till he finds out that they're planning on adding everything from PoE1 back into PoE2.
Exile 1, not all of which you need to interact with, especially as a newcomer. These systems
Float mentioned, opinion
were
disregarded.
introduced slowly via leagues
I
and
hate that
patches
word.
over time in
The worst word
PoE 1.
ever.
But if you pick up
Most poorly used word.
PoE 1 today, you're going to experience nearly all of these league mechanics, mostly in a lesser form through your journey straight away. Some mechanics can be straightforward, but some are complex, so whilst playing the campaign, it can be confusing which of these mechanics you want to engage with. In Path of Exile 2, every newcomer has the advantage of starting afresh, alongside with veterans of the franchise. There's less systems to learn from the onset, so I honestly do feel that will help with the mental burden many new players feel when initially starting out, so they can focus on the core mechanics of the game. Number 6, passive tree improvements. So we've already talked about passive tree skill resets, but in PoE 2 there are even more improvements to the passive skill tree. Life nodes which improve your HP.
Chaos and Divine Orbs? It's gonna be the meta mod crafting stuff from Ritual is gonna be the Divine Orb stuff, probably.
Are
like
no
really
longer
high
found
currency.
abundantly on the passive skill tree. They're a lot more rare. These life nodes were often mandatory to pick up with builds to help you survive the end game, so if you didn't pick them up, your character was screwed. Now in PoE 2, life increases are more tied into your character level and gear, meaning you can focus on getting more exciting nodes in the passive skill tree, and you're not punished if you don't pick up those nodes. Stat allocation within the passive tree is another major change. Skill gems and gear often have a stat requirement, and in PoE input method. Path of Exile port. PoE 1 on controller felt janky and much less precise than using mouse and keyboard, and for a lot of newcomers that can be a huge barrier for getting into a new game. Not only
I mean, only in the UI.
are you learning new systems, but you're learning a new input
Has anybody tried controller PoE 2?
method.
Does UI
Path of
feel
Exile
better?
2 has addressed that. It has a newly revamped controller system designed by a dedicated team. Overhaul. PoE 1 combat often felt punishing, especially for newcomers.
Oh, PoE 1 combat felt punishing? Wait till you tries PoE 2.
As both visual and audio feedback cues for attacks weren't the best. The combat
Huh?
in Path of Exile 2 feels more responsive thanks to improved visuals and sound design. Enemies telegraph their moves more clearly, giving beginners time to react and learn without feeling overwhelmed. In addition to this, in PoE 1, when using an animation, you are often locked into it, but in PoE 2, we will now have roll cancelling, whereby you can roll and cancel your attack animation, allowing you to respond to an incoming attack way easier and react in real time, making it feel much more fluid and dynamic. This one change makes combat so much more forgiving, especially for newbies. This league, there was no market to exchange the hundreds of currencies in the game. So many players who have previously tried PoE 1. Path of Exile 2 marks a meta.
No meta yet is literally bad for new players.
Yet. Path of Exile 2 marks a reset for the franchise. Everyone starts from ground zero, and you will be on the path of discovery, on the same even footing as everyone else, whether you're a newbie or a veteran of the game.
Not true.
Knowing that there isn't
Why do people say that? Why do people think noobs are on the same ground as PoE 1 players in PoE 2? Like, noobs need to still learn every single system.
Meta or the best build that you have to follow to be optimal is a truly freeing experience for many gamers. In PoE 1, along with all the punishing features we've discussed before, knowing there was a more optimal version of my build out there always felt like a sword hanging over my head. I'd just be tempted to Google or YouTube a better version of what I was doing. But now with PoE 2, just playing what I find intuitive or interesting without feeling like I'm missing out on a more superior playstyle is going to be so liberating, and therefore I can't
You just wait till you hit the end of day one and you see someone doing way better than you.
and not recommend enough getting into a game at the ground floor when everyone is a relative newbie. I find that's often the biggest mental barrier to overcome.
I do want to make a video that's like, people are in for a rude awakening in PoE 2, because like everybody's saying it's super new player friendly now or whatever. And I don't know, people are still in for like, people are gonna go in expecting an easier game. But on the other hand, I kind of like lying to new players, so then there's more players and I make more money, you know? It's kind of like is kind of against my my what I should do for money, you know. If I scare people away, not really great.
Oh, are you scared of what to choose on this big, spooky, passive tree? You already know what to do, okay? They got words on them, and those words mean something. Put those words in the search bar on the tree, and then look around a little bit. Look around, okay? There's some cool stuff there. Come back and look at it again. Be like, wow, 2 of those? Ooh? 35% chance for 2? 50% chance to not consume? 0.5% duration for each second in combat? Shield bar slower? Or
Why did he start talking like Rise?
35% chance for 2? 50% chance to not consume? 0.5% duration for each second in combat? Shield bar slower?
Dude, tell me that doesn't sound like Rise.
Or that? Shield bar slower? Second in combat? Shield bar slower?
It definitely does. Why some people are upset over pausing to have a problem with using logout macro? Yeah, I actually wanted to make a video on that. I actually want to make a video on that. Alright, here. I will give you the difference between logout macro why people are mad at pause but not logout macro. I'll go through the differences here. Logout macro. Pause. Well, I mean, no serious player was mad at logout macros. The only people who care about logout macros in PoE 1 are like shit players who have never even thought about using one. Like, people fundamentally don't understand what a logout macro actually does. It seems obvious what it does, but people don't fundamentally understand what the function of it is and how the game is healthier for it. Okay. So in logout macro, right? You get one decision. Do you press logout or not? You are locked in. Okay. This is your moment-to-moment decision making. Pausing is you can pause and then spend as much time as you want thinking about your next move. Right? This is fundamentally two completely different things. Pause is way more powerful, right? You have a problem with login macro, but your issue is not built in the game. You have to download a random exe from the internet. I hope it's not going to do anything bad. Yeah, I mean, it'd be really easy to make one yourself. You just type like you type like 5 things into a auto hotkey, and you're like really concerned about that, and just make it type/exit. But yeah, I mean, I see what you're saying. It should be in game. Logout macro is a. Okay, let me. I should add a Logout macro is just good for the health of the game. I should add a section that's no logout macro allowed. / no escape method allowed. Okay. So this one, you are locked into the fight to the death. This is what okay, the people who like complain about logout macro is like 99% softcore players who have never even interacted with it, and then the other 1% is people who actually do play hardcore and have a major problem with it. Some weird bug happens, tough shit. What this does, right? What having it'd make it so everybody is just going to farm for so incredibly long until there's no chance of you dying. Most people will just never do a boss under geared. You will never see an interesting hardcore fight again. I think the best solution was what they already had. You just channel a 2-second portal. Well, it is a hardcore fight. If you die, you're dead. How is it not hardcore? If you die, you're dead. That's like saying because you have the option to teleport out of a slam, it's not hardcore. Like, why is the option to leave a fight not hardcore? All hardcore has to do is if you die, you're dead. That's all hardcore means. Right? The spirit of hardcore. What does that mean? Hardcore just means if your character dies, you lose your character. That's the literal definition that everybody follows. How come you guys who don't even play hardcore can have this, like... See, this is like... This is all people who don't play hardcore, right? Am I right? Link your PoE profile. It is a very small minority of hardcore players who actually complain about logout macro. They do exist. They do exist. I will admit. It's very rare, though. Yeah, but there's plenty of non-competitive hardcore players, right? So if you look at these non-competitive hardcore players, they shouldn't care about being the best or whatever, and they don't. And they still use logout macro because none of them think that it makes it not hardcore. Hardcore logout macro is a softcore with extra steps. Link your PoE profile. Link it. Link your profile. Like, have you guys ever, like, have you ever watched a new streamer play hardcore? Have you ever watched that? They die. A lot. Why don't they just not die with logout macro? If logout macro is making it not hardcore, why do they just never die? It's not cheating if it's allowed. What people are misunderstanding is there's no spirit. The answer is link your PoE profile. No, like listening to a random WoW player asking for gear score. No, you don't even understand what I'm asking. I'm asking if these people actually play hardcore. As a very minute, very small portion of hardcore players think this way. It's always softcore players. Because they think it's some kind of get out of jail cheat free card. That even if you like you just go in blind, you're gonna win the game because you use a logout macro. That's how people describe it. Nobody said that though. But then how you literally said logging out is not really a hardcore fight. What do you mean? How is it not hardcore? If it's not just the immortal cheat code, then it's pretty hardcore, right? Watching Ziz kill Maven yesterday, logged out 3 times during the Maven fight because he kept missing the memory game. Yeah, I mean, there are certain scenarios like where I don't think logout is very cool. But Maven, like Maven is the one thing where it actually is a get out of jail free card. That is the one thing in the game. There's nothing else like that. Well, okay, there might be like things I can count on my hand that are like that. Pausing resets? No, pausing should just not be a thing. It should be you can end the fight or you don't. Yeah, you can name all the scenarios where you can use a logout macro, and it essentially gives you a jail-free card, but that's not the majority of why logout macro is good. Like you can name all the outliers, right? Instead of the core of why logout macro is actually good. Anything that's like Maven, that's not why logout macros are good. Degens, whatever outlier you're gonna name that has some seconds, that is not why logout macro is good for the health of the game. Why is it good? Okay, look at the screen. Read. This is the main reason right here. Listen, you know, I would be down for a no ever leaving mode, and I'd be down for that to be an option. You know how many people are gonna play that? How many people will play the mode with like there's no leaving option at all? Like 6 people. Which honestly, I'm down for that. I'm down for those 6 people to go play the way they want, but if you took like a poll for hardcore players, the vast majority are going to opt for a mode where you can leave the fight. What is the difference between push? Okay, the difference is literally on the screen. The difference is literally on the screen. I haven't finished all of the things, but the main difference is literally on the screen. I think if people farm for a boss fight, that's fine. I mean, that is fine if most people want to do that, but what I'm saying is most people don't want to do that. There would literally be like 6 people. Which is fine. They could have... I just said, I would be down for them to have their own mode for those 6 people. I would be down for that. Does PoE 2 have a ruthless mode? Yeah, it's called PoE 2. Wouldn't it feel more rewarding this way? No, it'd feel like shit when I have to farm for 5 weeks to even attempt something. Nobody wants to do that. I mean, some people do, and like I said, they can have their own mode. They can have their private league with that, sure. But the vast majority of hardcore players definitely don't want that. The difference is not on the screen. The pause or reset the fight is only a difference if you can unpause. Bro, what? If a pause resets the fight, then it's not a pause. You can't say What if the pause wasn't a pause? It doesn't work that way. That's not a pause, that's a reset. Your point is that way less people should be playing hardcore. It should be for very, very few exceptional people. Huh. Nobody would play that. Which, I mean, if you want nobody to play it, then I guess, sure. If you want to take the main game mode that everybody who plays it is fine with, and replace it with something they're not all fine with. Alright, cool. No, I haven't settled on the ascendancy. DD build. Is there... Ventura pinged me for DD. Did they show something that's looking good for it? Nice. Well, I know that the reaction of softcore players when you talk about login macros, that's not really hardcore, but it just makes no sense. All hardcore is you die when you die. You can do as many pauses as you want. Wait, deaths if I dodge with the macro? I don't know, probably hundreds. Probably mid-hundreds, I'd say. Why is... Dude, sometimes you like type in text box and they just don't work. It's the tab key, that's what it is. Skillful decision, I'm gonna die, let me cheese. Okay. It's literally like pressing a flame dash out of a fucking slam. You still need to know when to use it. Like, if you think it's so easy, go boot up hardcore and go rush the Ubers on day 2. I mean, by the way people describe logout macro, you should be able to do it, right? You can just cheese it, right? I mean, it's just that easy, right? It's not skillful at all. You can just press logout macro and you can do every boss in the game. It's just that easy. Not mad. You have a really good time when I argue with randoms about PoE? I mean, other macros, if you, any macro that still like doesn't take away skill, I mean, it's fine by me. I mean, this would be like, if people abuse it too, that's really easy. That'd be super easy to see people doing that. They'll be on YouTube, right? Yeah. Back, let me save that just in case I lose it. If people are mad about positives, the demographic when you are busy, have family, especially with young kids, yeah, things will happen to exceptionally. It's like cut off for me. Come on, you fucking Twitch. Twitch is so bad. Anyways. Yes, if you are in like if not everybody like the top pinnacle content should not be balanced around people who have 3 kids munching on their ankles, grandma's on fire behind them, the fire alarm's going off, the FedEx guy is jumping through your window to make you sign a package. I'm sorry, it should not, the top end content should not be balanced around you. I'm sorry. It sucks, but that's not the game's fault. Really too good radio. The real thing is people want all the evasions they get will still be able to justify it themselves and others as legitimate despite it not being intended gameplay. If it wasn't intended, it would be banned. The devs have literally said that stuff they think about logging out. It is 100% intended. The devs have 100% thought about this. I think for multiplayer, everybody has to pause and then it pauses. So if you have like 3 people, you all hit escape and then it's paused. The majority of HC players want pause. Would I be okay with it? I mean, I still wouldn't like it. But that's not exactly the point I'm trying to make. The point is why I think pause is bad. It does diminish the bragging rights of HC players. I mean, I don't think so. I think even with pause, I don't think it would diminish bragging rights. Even with pause, it's still gonna be hard, right? I don't think it really waters it down that much. Like the amount of people still being able to do Uber bosses is probably still going to be like a double-digit number in HC. Like I don't think it really waters it down that much. I just don't like it. Like I don't think logout macro is perfect. There's stuff I don't like on it. But I think the utility is still much higher than the negative of the bad things about it. I just wrote what I don't like about it right here. Like the few scenarios where it is like plugging a hole in your build or something mechanically, right? Like if you fuck something up, right? And then you have a gigantic timer until it kills you and you can't revert it. I think that's stupid. You could log out from it. But if there's a giant, really fast slam that you get hit by, that you like log out with insane reaction speed or something, I'm fine with that. What about just TP out? Listen, you guys really need to read this before you type things like that. Log out and pause, both bad. I think, I mean, I think pause is still a net positive if we have no other option for hardcore. I think it's still net positive, but it's just worse than logout macro. Oh no, should I do the unbanned stream tomorrow or while waiting like for PoE2 to go up in the morning or something? Because I'm not even gonna have like a filter to fix on day one or anything, so I don't know. I'm gonna go till I don't want to play, just like always. That's always the answer. That will never not be the answer. I will play until I don't want to play. Rather, okay, maybe not. Okay, that's not exactly. I will play until I can't stand playing anymore. More like that. Yes, pause is worse than logout macro. I think pausing's good if it's not during the literal pinnacle top tier content that is like hyped up. Like pausing in a big boss fight just is absolutely ridiculous. There will be some funny pause clips for sure. Everybody should just pause on every boss. Every clip you see is just people pausing and making boss fights look stupid. Yeah, I don't know why they changed it. I don't know. Seems childish. You won't watch any dumb streamers doing dumb shit like that. I feel like protesting is not very childish. I don't know. I don't know if that's the right word. I mean, it's gonna be stupid as fuck. That's kind of the point, though. It's like the entire point. Was the pause thing just for if the system detects no input for 100 milliseconds? No, you press escape and the game is paused. FAQ. Also, one of Gigi's concerns that people could DC in the game and pause and then just wait until the instance timed out before logging, so they couldn't have pause on DC without allowing you to also log out escape in some quick fashion quicker than the 8-minute timer. I mean, they did not change this because of that. They already had a solution. Well, it doesn't, I don't know, it doesn't matter how the pause came in. Depending on the speed of the pause, can you spam pause artificially slow down the fight to lower FPS? I mean you could. That'd be I don't think that'll be a problem. Theoretically, yeah. Remember, no logout macro, people are just gonna roll softcore. If the logout macro is the reason to run hardcore, then it's a gimmick. No. That's like saying if people don't get movement skills, they're not gonna play Ruthless. Which is exactly what happened. There's a core mechanic that doesn't exist that is a good thing. It's like saying, okay, I'm gonna take out skill gems. So you're gonna play a different ARPG instead because skill gems don't exist. Like, it's essentially a core mechanic, right? Edge my farts daily. Like, people don't think of logout macro as a core mechanic when in reality it is. It's like the same thing as flame dashing, essentially. Old degen 24/7? Yeah, pretty much. Gonna be big. Yeah, I mean, it does save you from poor gameplay. I mean, that's kind of the point, right? If you played perfectly, you would never need a logout macro. Well, actually, in some scenarios, you kind of would, but, you know. The horsey mount? I don't know, there is Roa mounts. It's like if you play Ranger or something. Is it the, is it like if you just... If you use the, like, use one of the, if it... Oh, is it a Huntress thing? I don't think it was Huntress. I don't know, nothing like mentions a... There's nothing that mentions it, I don't know. I feel like they've been kind of quiet about it, I don't know. I haven't heard much. Yeah, I watched the D4 cooking video, at least a little bit of it. Connected chemistry work for charms. Probably not. It's a charm. Hmm. Is it safe now? It's getting safer. Oh, things are definitely getting nerfed first week. There's probably just gonna be straight up broken OP things. Yeah, ascendancies have already been nerfed. Oh, now we're talking. Okay. They should let the bosses pause too to balance it out. Okay, that'd be kind of funny if a boss could just log out or something and it just disappears. Actually, Cirrus does that, you're right. I hope the boss uniques are like super sick. A thought on Chonk for crossbow skills. I mean, isn't he gonna be pretty far from crossbow skills on the tree? I don't know. Doesn't seem very great to me. But it might be okay, I don't know. I think you'd probably be better to go like a spellcaster or something. I'm Bowie if I over build if you just wing it blind without looking into anything. I mean, probably pretty bad, but less bad than in PoE1. But everybody's gonna fuck up anyways, because nobody knows the whole tree, so everybody's gonna be winging it, so everybody's gonna fuck it up, so. You could probably wait like 2 days for somebody to get something that's really solid. Alright, so let's make a flowchart thing. Finally. The real content. Start here. Oh, does Ben have a video? Okay, I can farm that one last time.
Law. Oh, so bricked up with the news going hardcore. I mean, so the biggest
Ain't.net, holy shit, that still exists.
thing that we got from this interview, hardcore related, there's two things. One, if the system works the way they've tried to design it, dying to like game crashes or internet going out just won't happen. Like 100 millisecond pause into you log back in, or like.
And imagine it's 100 it's 100 millisecond and you're out, right? And you still somehow end up dying. Oh my god, that's gonna be funny.
Like you're still there, you're fine. That is so much better than before, where it was like sometimes game crashes would instantly kick you out, sometimes they wouldn't. Sometimes you were in for 6 seconds offline. Sometimes you were in for literally minutes before you got sent offline, based on like what kind of crash it was. My guess is, if you have a super like a bad lag spike, but it's not like a clean break, it just like causes big latency, but it's like it's like very fast. Like packet loss problems, it might not pause properly still. But like if you just Alt F4 during like as soon as you see lag, I think you'll just like always be chilling, or just hit your pause button itself, I guess. But also pause, like when it comes to game crashing, Alt F4ing, your computer turning off, losing power, losing internet, the pause during that I like a lot. I think it's really good. I think players being able to pause is gonna suck, and it's gonna, like the way it was described, it's gonna create gameplay patterns that are cringe. Like it just sounds too strong. It's kind of all it is. Like I don't think pausing. I don't think you should be able to activate a manual pause during a boss fight ever. If I'm just sitting there pausing multiple times per second and looking at what the boss is doing, it'll be so much easier to react to what he's doing. You can read the telegraph while you're paused, plan out where you're gonna walk. Like even if you put up a dark screen while paused, I mean, you can just record your gameplay on a second monitor and have it all playing on your second monitor. Like there's no way to prevent pausing during bossing causing problems. It's always going to cause problems.
Yeah.
And I'm going to abuse the fuck out of it as much as I can, as egregiously as I can on stream, to hopefully make it look awful. That's the goal. I want to fight a boss fight and pause 500 times and have nothing but flame in the chat and in the comments and everywhere, just to start that fire, because I think it's gonna suck. I think it's gonna be really stupid. We'll see.
You look at his cursor.
I'm glad that Jonathan talked about like being able to leave boss fights, because like I think being able to leave boss fights once you enter them is really important. And like that is good. One thing about logging out in PoE,
I think so,
that seems to be gone is risk. Like if you have really good internet and you can use TCP logout and it never 6 seconds you, it's honestly way too strong and it shouldn't exist. It's bullshit. Like you can be like 10 milliseconds from death and live, and it's kind of dumb. For the vast majority of my time playing this game, and most people's time playing this game, that's not how logout works. Like most people aren't in that scenario. I use /exit for the last like 3-4 years, which means for me in America, I have like about a half-second delay when I log out until I'm actually offline, if it works properly. Sometimes it's like a second, which is slow enough that like you really don't want to use it a lot. You'll use it if you need to, but like you don't want to use it a lot because there's risk. You don't know how long the delay is going to be. You don't know if you're going to get 6-seconded. Like back in Betrayal League, I got 6-seconded like every like 10th logout.
Well, yeah, it only matters for competition. Yes. If you're not competitive, you can't argue anything because nothing you do matters because you don't care what happens because you're not competitive.
Like, you really didn't want to log out. The difference with pause and then respawn at checkpoint, there is no delay. The pause is instantaneous, and if the respawn at checkpoint is also instantaneous, it means...
How is it an L take? If you're not competitive, you don't care what other people are doing, right? You don't care what other people are doing. So you could just not do it if you don't like it. But if you're competitive, you have to do it, or you're gonna be worse than the people who are doing it.
It's just...
Yes, you do. What do you mean? No, you don't. If you're not competitive, if you do, then you're competitive, and you just don't know what the word means.
way too strong. Like, I mean, I just think pausing shouldn't exist at all during boss fights. But even then, I think respawn at checkpoint should have like a 1 second delay.
If you care at all what other people are doing, then you're at least semi-competitive, and most people are kind of like that. They're not like super sweaty competitive, but most people have some kind of caring what other people are doing, right?
Just so like you have to, I don't know. I think full instant logout's too OP. Like 1-2 second delay. I don't think you should lose control. I think you should still be able to take actions, but like it should just be like a small delay, just so you're not like, I'm gonna pause, stay like with a degen at fucking 1% HP, and then just live. I don't know. Pausing in general sounds like it's gonna really break like the immersion, the flow of combat, and like give you this like basically out of universe tool to like, I don't like it in general, honestly. Like outside of DC protection. Just don't abuse it then? That's not how it works. That's not how it works, unfortunately. And because
Just, yeah, like people can't get it in there. Like people just somehow can't understand that some people want to be the best, right? Or as good as they can be.
dying in maps and in boss fights in softcore as well is 1 death equals fail. It's not just going to be a hardcore thing where it's like you don't want to lose your character. It'll be a softcore thing too. Because I assume respawn at checkpoint doesn't end your map. You bet it does. It might. It should.
I think it does. Right? I think so.
Good. Ends a portal probably. Yeah, we'll see. I don't know. We'll see. If there's no checkpoints in maps, yeah, but like if you don't die, then the map doesn't close. But like maybe they'll count that as a death. They probably should. I definitely like bosses being 1 death equals fail. Like respawn at checkpoint will reset a boss 100%, but will it reset a map? Because like let's say you're in the middle of 2,000 flame bearers, then a monster just casts an ice wall around you.
Who is
and
this
you can't
guy?
Move. Like you're gonna die. If you die, the map
Okay.
crashes. If you hit pause and then respawn at checkpoint, does the map also fail, or do you just go back to your hideout? You know, we'll see. We'll see.
What was I doing? Oh yeah, Flowchart. Yeah, that was good. That was a good bit. Tendency question, you won't be able to change between you should still be able to respec points. That'd be really bad if you can't even respec the points. Well, you can't like change ascendancies, but surely you can still change your points within it. I think there should be a 2-second channel to portal out of the fight. Which there was, and then they changed it. Start here. I don't know, it's pretty readable to me. It's not on stream. What? Why does it look like that? The fuck? Do I have chroma key on for my... Wait, there's no way I have chroma key on for my fucking... No. No way I've had chroma key on my... Do I... Wait, has everything been fucked up all day? Wait. No, that's my camera. What? Wait. Has everything looked fucked up all day? There's been a chroma key on? Wait. Has shit looked fucked up all day? Dude, I'm gonna... This is... Oh, no way, dude. I'm gonna go back and, like, look at the videos I've been looking up and everything's gonna have been fucked up and nobody said anything. Oh, I didn't... Hmm. There's no fucking way. Wait, why isn't it chroma keying the green here? What? How does it only pick it up on paint? What? That's so weird. You know, what if I went into PoE2 like that? I just had chroma key on the whole time. Yeah, it's probably been on for a while. Alright. There, you can read it now, right? PoE site down for maintenance? Holy shit, it's happening. PoE2's here. Okay, start here. Where do I want to go from here? That's the question. No Pathfinder. You accept the terms and conditions that nobody knows what is actually... There's a name and lights. Every time you pause on a boss. Make it red. Go to red box. I'm not typing all that text again. I'm starting hardcore, then I'm going softcore. I ain't try to have my experience ruined by server issues. Oh. Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah, I don't know what ascendancy you would go for, like, Chaos Degen. Other than Poison's obviously Pathfinder, but other than that, for something like Essence Drain, I don't really know. We even have Essence Drain Gem? Not really. I don't know, it depends how the degen works. Kind of assuming that Essence Drain and stuff would like work the same way as in PoE1, right? Omen of pausing. Combo sport do? It's something like If like the skill like has multiple parts to it, the last hit will do more damage or something. Something like that. I don't know. There's an unbanned stream within the next 2 days. You can apply there. Alright, now he's staying banned. Hey, thanks for the 2-year resub, Kalima. Getting the log? Yeah, it's probably something good. I think dual wield 2-hander might be weird. Have they said how you like? Does dual wielding in PoE2 act the same way as it does in PoE1? Yeah, 2-hander and shield probably is good. Cast on freeze with time freeze? No, that's the wrong type of freeze, I think. This is a good reminder. I meant to do this. There we go. Thanks for the reminder. I meant to do that before the start. Huey. too. No, alright, then what? Well, it's gotta be a condition now or else the flowchart ends. It can't be another build. The flowchart would end if I do another build. It has to be another condition. There we go. I feel like $15 would be pretty expensive. Shouldn't it be like 80% off or something, not only 50? Actually, ranged LA minions. There we go. How big your dick is. That'll be, I'll use that for another one. Greetings. You're gonna like this. You're gonna like this. Dude, the witch hunter is even true to America too. Fucking love hunting witches. Unascended warrior. Oh, let me save this before it crashes. A wild logo. Nobody's gonna know what that is, dude. Of my audience, about 25% is from the US. And of that 25%, probably like 2% know what that even is. But a French flag? I mean, you already know what I'm about to do. I mean, if you're playing minions, then you're probably running away and letting your minions do the work. I mean, this is the great part about it. You can interpret it how you want. That's the beauty of a flowchart. Flow art, that's true. Uh, something Deadeye. Holy, reading the PoE terms of service entire stream. The female version is how big your clit is, or I guess. I mean, well, I mean, it could be that, or if it's like throwing a hot dog down a hallway. I don't know. Well, I don't know. I mean, there's a few comparisons you can make. But I guess, like, the connotation-wise, I think it would definitely be boob size then, if you're going by, like, connotation. In that case, yeah. Something Deadeye. Okay, Rain of Arrows is definitely getting nerfed, right? I don't know. What's the next Deadeye thing people are looking to do? I don't know. Something Deadeye. Tornado Shot? I have too many tabs open. Going over the best bows.
Hey guys, I want to make a quick video going over potentially some of the best skills in the game, and they still happen to be bow skills. So those two skills are Freezing Salvo and Rain of Arrows. So I want to quickly talk about why these skills are so potent in Path of Exile 2, and also why I'm leaning to start on bows in Path of Exile 2. If
These
you're
are gonna
wondering,
definitely be
I'll
nerfed,
have my
right?
full, I guess, like
the
build plan before
the
it
math
actually comes
looks
out,
insane
maybe
on
one day
these.
or 2 days before. I'm still deciding, but yeah, I'm heavily leaning on bows.
Second round of mammogram.
And of course on Deadeye
Yeah,
right
those look
now.
fun.
So let's talk about it real quick. So yeah, Freeze and Salvo, this skill
Yeah,
is
1 day old. I already
does.
updated.
Unfortunately, I can't show you any gameplay of this skill because it was only on the Fetch Life video, which got taken down. But essentially what this does is that once every 7.2 seconds...
Well, I mean, I actually agree with that. If Deadeye's Tailwind ends up being not, like, able to charge up as easily as I think it might, then yeah, I think it'd be like B or C tier. I agree.
You compress this skill and that... So, yes, there's this gameplay video here from the reveal like a couple weeks ago. I paused this on stream. I've done it a few times now, but essentially he fires Rain of Arrows right here, and it hits exactly 8 times in this one duration before he attacks again. So you can like slow it down for yourself. You can watch this video, but yeah.
Why is 1440p gonna mess me up? Oh, it's not my first time 1440p. I don't know. I use small monitors, so it's not like it's super blurry or anything. I mean, it's definitely way blurrier than 1440, but I don't go above like 24-inch monitors. I think the 1440 one I got is 27. Spellcaster. $32 is definitely too much. Spellcaster. I already have Archmage Stormweaver. Actually, good Chad. Is this you? You know what one of my favorite things about posting these flowcharts on like Twitter is how many people self-snitch that they have no idea how to zoom in on an image. I think it's hilarious. Is it freezing? It's called freezing salvo, right? I don't know. It's there. Tweet is still TAC exclusive. Actually, shit, is it? It might be, actually. Yeah. Yeah, it might be. Shit. Okay, I might have to rethink that. I don't did the elemental damage like makes me think of spells. Well, yeah, you get the fizz. Supported skills have 60% chance to inflict bleeding. Only has a physical tag, so... Well, yeah, you get a fizz hit from the ascendancy. Okay, yeah, it should be fine, right? There's global. I don't know. You think it's... I mean, it doesn't have an attack tag. It just says supported skills. Support any skill that hits enemies. Yeah, fizz tag. Does it supports any skill? Dude, 2 skills says tax. Or attacks have 15% chance. Huh. Yeah, it's probably still attacks. Oh, my picks are still the same. Hmm. Yeah, maybe, I don't know, I guess not. A leech here makes no sense either because you can't leech or regen overflowed life. Huh. I'm going on a list for what I'm about to Google. Alright, I'm on the list. I don't know. Is Hammer of the Gods considered ranged? Oh, it's melee slam. Okay, yeah. Bitch, what the son of a bitch. I wanna see range gems. Is there any, like, big range things? Detonate dead. Maybe projectile. I don't know what I'm playing. Nothing looks like a big chunker. Is there like snipe stuff? Yeah, it should be pretty good. Oh, there is snipe. Critical bonus. I wish I could see level 20 stats. These are different. Hmm. Wrong with Christmas decorations. What am I looking for? Shit. Oh. Do we know? Okay, does leveling it up, like, is this the attack damage at level? I heard somebody say, I don't know if I got one guide or what, but attack damage stat will still scale with levels, right? And that make no sense if it didn't. Early. Yeah, gem levels. Yeah, surely. I mean, there's no way they would give bleed to a witch ascendancy and make it attack only, right? Well, on this, bleed support's not generic. Is it? I can't. DMCA. But I got it. I got what the audio is. Wait, you know what? Fuck it.
Yeehaw doggy doo.
Thanks for the 17-year resub, Schnopla. Yeah, Flame Blast was actually what I was thinking, but if you can't support it with bleed, then... So, I mean, I'm just gonna leave it under generic ranged, right? God to the guns and okay, that's actually a good idea. Oh, what's going on there, Doran? Put the vote kick down. Remember those that voted yes. Merc grenades. Even know what to recommend, like what to put for a ranged attack. Oh. Oh, I know. Yelling loud enough to burst enemy eardrums. Good idea. But slightly different. Yelling loud enough they explode. The cool attack. Co-op LAN party, oh shit. That does sound kind of sick, because you can couch co-op. Apps, there's no way there's no queue, but no server problems? I'd be pretty impressed. No queue is just... Actually, I would be the opposite of impressed if there's no queue. Queues are a good thing. I'd be the opposite of impressed. Last Epoch doesn't have a queue, or it didn't, and it has absolutely fucked the servers. We've seen that before. We've seen what happens when there's no queue. The servers are just gone. Much is remaining? Wait, for what? On the flowchart, I miss some messages. LEQ issues were due to bad instance images, if I recall correctly. It bounced users back in the queue several times before getting into the server. And that... No, I mean, there's one, I don't know if there was some point that last epoch just didn't have a queue going. Or something like that. It was D4 that had the fake queue, right? I think comparable Blood Mage Big Bleed Alley in PV1. No, can't do anything with Ellie bleed stuff. There's no Ellie bleed. Epoch had the fake Q. Hmm. Oh. Any elemental cells bleed with the bleed affinity as it converts elemental to physical. Yeah, I just don't know if here it says bleed chance is sport attacks. So I mean I just don't know, like maybe it does, I don't know. Well, no, I don't know. On here it says it's sporting attacks. On PoE2DB it's just generic. I don't know. Where's the chronomancer? What do you play? You like Frostblades? I don't know, probably Monk. Invoker, man. Poison Chaos build on Chalupa Monk? And that'd be fine. Probably. I don't know, you're kind of far from bow nodes though. Bells. Hmm. Bell. No idea. What ascendancy would you go with then? Titan. Titan, detonate dead. Thanks for the prime, Rudy Tooty. Oh. Hmm.
And a floor boss that you will need to kill. There are 4 floors in total.
Crit bleed DD. Okay, that'd be getting cool though. I think they've already added loot lizards. You mean Ellie's next patch? I think they said early Q1 or something, or like February. I don't know why, but this hand has smelled really bad. There's minions down here. Second thoughts for Blood Mage? I mean, kinda. I think your damage might be shit early. Yeah, I mean, Tornado Shot don't have to stay physical, but it's a physical gem. I have actually not seen any spell gameplay that doesn't just look like PoE1 spell gameplay. Is there anything like much different? I feel like it's all the same spells. Lightning Conduit works when removing more than one shock on one target. I don't even know what that is. Oh, I know. Yeah, Firestorm might be pretty good if you like stack the crit shit because of the duration, right? Or not the crit, but the whatever the support gem is that gives it like more damage with the cooldown. I don't know what it's called. Cooldown. Hourglass. So you like support it with hourglass, and then you get a more duration, so it keeps working, right? But then you just get 50% more damage for like free. I feel like a lot of spellcasters are pretty similar. Herald. They all do the same thing. Similar. Blood Mage. I don't know. I think it might be rough, really. Fire Herald attack specific? What do you mean? Oh, attack specific. Oh, I see what you mean. It looks like it's just Herald Vice. Melee bow? It can use either. I mean, it looks like it's just Herald Vice. Oh, with attacks. Huh. I mean, I own the Flowchart school. Why does it... What? Oh, it's the wrong one. Sorry for the seizure. The shapes. Hey, isn't there that like Windows thing that's like Win Shift S or something that's actually good for screenshotting? I always forget about that. Does it put it on your clipboard or what does it do? Share X is dog shit. What is this, 2011? Jesus. Oh yeah, that's huge. There we go. I hope they revert mines to the way they used to be, or make them. You know what probably happens is they just put only mines or only traps in and get rid of the other or something. I don't know, if they have both, I hope they make them distinct in some way. Never sync chart? No. Yeah, tornado shot is different, but you know. Tornado shot deadeye means like, I mean, you know. Dude, what if you could do DD bleed? That'd be cool. Because DD blows up as fizz damage. Is the only real chrono build hammer? I wouldn't even call that a real build. Chronomancer looks like shit. Why would you pick Chronomancer and cast it multiple times when you could pick an actual good ascendancy and just cast it once and like one-shot the boss or something? So, we'll see. Maybe there's some weird interaction. We will see. Grenade tornado shot stuff? I don't know. I haven't seen the grenade tornado shot tech. So there's no like desecrate, but you might be able to like blow up your specters or something. Potentially. Holding block at the channeling tag so can you cast while channeling support and just have stuff trigger? Yeah, you might be able to. No cast on crit still exists. Function's different now though. Detonate dog infernalist. Running out of space for minions. Need to like yeah, fuck it. My hand smells really bad. Like big poo poo. But like a deep, rich version of it, not like a stinky one, but like deep and rich. I think Gembling will be good late game, not early game. The best barbecue party, I mean, is Witch Hunter, obviously, right? But I'll... Shit. A burb. Getting a dog food ad after talking about detonating dogs. Okay. Real build. What's a good thing I could put here? Do you shit with that ass? EI Blood Mage? Yeah, that sounds good. Are you boomer or zoomer? Chat seems active. Consider clipping. This is like the least active it's been in a fucking hours. Is that its name? Warbringer? I don't know. Oh, spells. I mean, technically it just says melee, so I mean, you could do a melee spell. There's kind of melee spells, like, I mean, Ice Nova is pretty melee. And germs. Yeah, I'm gonna call it horoscope. Oh yeah, I should replay. Okay. I mean, I'm not hating on Monk. Monk just seems to have the most potential for screen shitification. Warn you. About what? I don't control that. Got a mind of its own. Will it scare you? What would a doomer build be? Oh, I know. Yeah, maybe Chayula would actually be. How efficient are builds which branch too far into the other side of the skill tree with the starter point? Usually it's pretty bad, but sometimes there's interactions strong enough that are worth it. Thanks for the resub, Moo Moo. It started late at night for America. Nothing has ever started late at night for America in PoE world. It's always late morning or afternoon. Nice swim go. I mean, Flicker Strike works until you need to get more charges. Wemgo went from talking about getting pegged by his wife to divorce in like 2 days. Why do you have to write a check for 139,000 if you make the same amount? Oh, okay, yeah. Oh shit, I did do it backwards. You had your boss hold off on giving you raises? Minions. You can consume a power charge, create a zombie? Interesting. Zombies created from power charges are empowered. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't see that. We don't know what they actually get from being empowered, though, right? Oh. Okay. I can't read. 30% less damage, 100% more damage with hits, 25% more move speed. Okay. No, I just can't read. I don't read. I blast. Minions. What's a funny condition to separate the minion builds? Zombies become trend users. I've got it. Zombies. What would just be regular zombies, and then what would be empowered zombies? Florida. Hmm. I don't know. I can only think of two things. I gotta make it more specific. Hmm. I don't think I know enough anime to do that. Like skeletons, zombies, specter. I don't think we get these wolves. I'm pretty sure that's druid. What'd you do, Chatter? What happened now? Fisting your shower drain to get hair out of it. Very nice. Cheddar's 4'3". What do you mean your shower drain's wide? I'm beginning to think we're not talking about the thing you wash yourself in. Shit. Can't think of it. Can't think. How lonely are you? I don't know, depends how good Leech is. Well, Cholula Archmage. I don't think there's many sources of Fizz Leech that aren't physical. I mean, like, I think you just use all of them. Spectre doesn't take reservation unless it actually does. It doesn't say it does. Are you sure? It does. Okay. These websites are dog shit. What about zombies? Zombies only last for 20 seconds. I feel like zombies might not. the row amount cause reservation. Beef, bone, and spice. I got it. Uh-oh. The Twitch police are about to show up. It's over. I mean, this is the beginning already. Oh, I'm just not talking. SRS is Summon Raging Spirit. Yeah, maybe I should actually type it all out. I don't know, is there Reaper? I don't think so. Ally setup and a range setup? Good luck. So done here. There we go. That's huge. It's pretty hard to make when we don't really know anything. I feel like all I can do is memes and nothing real. Yeah, it's pretty much done. Why aren't all the new PoE2 players playing PoE1? What do you mean? Yeah, if somebody gets past this and like takes stuff as fact, it's on them. mean, there's a lot of knowledge from PoE1 that'll cross over, but I mean, I don't think in this short of a time, it's not like you really learn anything. They might as well wait. And Titan good. I mean, DD's down here. I think pinning is, it like just makes them so they can't move. I don't know like specifically what the wording is, but I'm pretty sure they just can't move. Like I'm pretty sure they can still shoot you and shit. They just can't move. All right. I'll post that flowchart on Twitter, but for now I gotta do some final prep. Actually, I have to finish setting up the PC, gotta set up the room. So. One last final day of stalling tomorrow, and then it's time. How do you DD without desecrate? I think there's a way that you can like kill your minions and they leave a corpse. Want one big attack to calculate the best bleed? Yes. Thorns. Maybe Thorns should be emo. Okay, okay, there we go. Yeah, good idea, actually. Super emo. Thorns. Oh, would you even go Titan? I can't think of anything that seems really good for Thorns on... I don't know, dude. But if you block an attack, does it still reflect the damage? Need 2 keys to I don't know the cross progression. I don't know the crossplay stuff works, but you probably don't need 2 keys now. Unlikely. It's literally in the center of the screen. Alright, that looks pretty good. Yeah, I'm gonna post on Twitter, like right now. How many of them actually be good? I mean, they'll all be builds. Well, if they're good is a different question. I gotta put the classic trash can. Come on, give me the transparent. Damn you. Whatever, I guess it's fine if it's... This will definitely age well. Ignite Hammer of the Gods was probably good. %, TCOP. What does that mean? I'm gonna read actually. You organized? Don't worry. I mean, I have to make some more tomorrow probably, and I can make those more unhinged. Oh, captcha. Although I could think of one for Tiny real quick, but what would it be? Bone cage. Okay, I got it. There it is. There. There you go, right there. The blue lines are the conditions. And I messed it up sometimes. There. The line from start here to decline should be reversed. No, the decline comes from terms and conditions. Oh. All right. Time for me to go. Gotta do some prep for PoE 2. Washing ain't gonna get the stink away. All right. I'll be back tomorrow. Posted the flowchart on Twitter.